A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. By sending word to Tom Bryson, the famous playwright and close family friend, Mary Noble has arranged to have her husband Larry go to Hollywood to fulfill a short picture contract. She did this to keep Larry from worrying about her condition, as she recuperates in a New York hospital from acid burns inflicted by the enraged Claudia Vincent, and also to help Larry with his serious financial burden. But Larry, who saw the wire sent to Mary by Tom Bryson, knows that this trip has been arranged at Mary's urgent suggestion, and he thinks that she only wants him out of the way because she feels in her heart that he is responsible for her present condition. Right now, Mary is looking through a large picture magazine as she sits up in her hospital bed, and her nurse, Miss Clark, says,
"Just remember what Dr. Allen said, Mrs. Noble. You can look at the pictures, but don't strain your eyes by trying to read."
I won't. Oh, but it's such a wonderful thing to be able to see again, to use my eyes. I never fully realized how terrible it would be to lose your sight.
In a day or two, when your eyes have become adjusted to the light, you'll be able to do some reading.
It's very awkward trying to turn the pages with my hands all bandaged up like this, Miss Clark.
You mustn't be too impatient. You've been rather lucky in a way.
I realize that. I could so easily have been blinded by the acid. My face could have been horribly disfigured. Dr. Allen seems to think it will be quite all right in time. He told Mr. Barlow yesterday when he was visiting me that he thought I wouldn't even be scarred.
I know Dr. Allen's very pleased with your progress. He said so several times.
Oh, there isn't any mail, is there, Miss Clark?
Only what I brought in earlier this morning.
Nothing from California?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Noble. But, of course, there's only one mail these days unless it's special delivery.
I must remind Larry to put specials on his letters. Although I don't suppose he'll have time to write very often while he's on the coast.
Oh, I guess he'll manage, Mrs. Noble. It doesn't take long to write a letter.
But you don't realize how busy people are while they're making a picture, Miss Clark. Poor Larry will be worn out. He's still not too strong. You know, after that terrible experience of being cooped up in jail all those weeks while he was being held for murder. When I think of how Claudia Vincent sat by like a cat watching a mouse and let Larry take the blame when she knew she was guilty all the time.
Now, you mustn't get excited, Mrs. Noble. Just try to think of things that are pleasant and restful. Shall I take that magazine now?
No, I'll look at just a few more pages. And if I find anything that looks interesting, I'll ask you to read the caption.
All right. Oh, my, but those new flowers Mr. Barlow sent in are lovely. I don't believe I've ever seen such a beautiful arrangement.
They are nice.
And they brighten up the room so much, Mrs. Noble.
Yes, everybody's been wonderful about sending me flowers.
Do you know that everyone on the floor is absolutely thrilled with Mr. Barlow?
Really, Miss Clark?
They all think he's the most romantic and glamorous-looking man they ever saw.
Oh, he's very handsome. There's no question about that. But I don't think he's nearly as good-looking as my husband. But, of course, I'm prejudiced.
We all used to think Mr. Noble was perfect. Everyone on the floor always tried to see him when he came in and out.
I must tell Larry that. It would amuse him.
Until lately.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Noble, only somehow when you see a stage star close up, well, I mean, after you know a little more about him, I do think the glamour wears off, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm sure I don't, Miss Clark. Not when you're talking about my husband. Well, Larry is a big star, that's true, and lots of people make a fuss over him. But there's nothing he likes as well as coming home to Rosehaven and being with me and with our son, Larry Jr. I'll be so glad when we're all back home again.
I'm sure you will, Mrs. Noble. Your little boy must miss you dreadfully.
He must wonder what's become of us all. Oh, I wish he could come here to see me. But I'm so afraid he'd be upset and frightened at all these bandages. I think it's best for him to wait. He's living with our neighbors, the Bakers.
That's nice.
Oh, I do hope Larry Jr. is happy. But then I'm sure he must be. The Baker's little boy, Stanley, is just Larry Jr.'s age, and they're playmates. Oh, dear, I mustn't talk about Rosehaven anymore. I'll be so homesick I won't be able to bear it.
Then you'd better talk about something else, Mrs. Noble. I'll bet Mr. Barlow will be in soon.
Well, he was here just yesterday, Miss Clark.
I know. But when he left, he told me to expect him to be a steady visitor. My, but he's sweet and considerate, and he thinks the world and all of you.
Mr. Barlow has been a very dear friend.
I can just believe that. The nice things he does, and giving up his trip on his own yacht and everything just to be with you.
How did you find out about that?
Oh, we hear things. You'd be surprised. This hospital's a regular grapevine. And anyhow, I think it's the most wonderful thing to do. A lot more considerate than some people I could mention. Oh, I better see who that is. Do you want to see any visitors, Mrs. Noble?
Yes.
Well, I'll see. Now, don't tire yourself. Remember, you're getting on so well. You're the one overdue.
I won't. There's no fear of that.
Very well, then. I'll just see who it is.
Is Mrs. Noble awake?
Oh, yes, I believe she is. Who's calling?
Harold Ramsey. But I don't want to bother her if she's not strong enough.
Oh, how wonderful. Please come in, Harold. I'm delighted to see you.
I'll be right outside. Just a few minutes, Mr.
All right, thanks very much, nurse.
Oh, how nice. You're one of my first visitors. I mean, outside of my family and very close friends.
I didn't come before, Mary, because I was told you weren't seeing anyone. Tell me, how are you getting along?
Oh, as far as I know, I'm doing very well. I've had a lot of the bandages taken off my face so that I can see for the first time. And Dr. Allen thinks he can pull me through without any terrible scars.
I think what might have happened, and all because of Claudia Vincent. I knew there was something wrong with her the first time I ever set eyes on her. Larry brought her to my office and told me what a brilliant actress she was. Well, I wasn't taken in, but Larry was. And he talked me into putting her into the play. I lost a small fortune when I had to close it after Larry was arrested for murder. Now you, burned by acid. Well, thank heaven they have Claudia where she belongs, in a mental institution.
Are you planning to produce any new plays, Harold?
I've been working like a beaver trying to raise money to put Larry's last play back on Broadway again. I almost had the backing several times, but something's always happened.
Oh, that's a shame. The play was doing such good business when you closed it.
Lucky thing I didn't get it on, Mary. I read in Marta Rufus' Broadway column that Larry's gone to California for a picture. Is that right?
Yes.
It's darned inconsiderate of him, if you ask me. Well, what's the picture? What outfit?
Oh, I don't really know. It was all such a rush, but I believe he'll be back within 6 or 8 weeks.
You'd think he could stick around at least till you got out of this infernal place. I frankly don't understand it at all, Mary.
I urged him to go, Harold. He was so terribly worried. And then we have such a lot of debts, and Larry can't bear to owe money. No, it's really the best thing that could happen to him.
I'm sporting of you to say so, Mary. I'm not sure he deserves such a wife.
That's very unkind, Harold.
I won't say any more. I only stopped in for a minute. I'll run along now, my dear. When you hear from that husband of yours, let me know what he has to say.
I will, Harold. And thanks again for coming to see me.
I'm glad to see you're doing so well. Take care now. I'll try to drop in again soon. Bye, Mary.
Goodbye, Harold. And thanks again.
Meantime, Larry Noble has finished signing his contract to make a picture for Sam Marco of the firm of Marco and Franklin in Hollywood. And he's back at Tom Bryson's hotel suite, where he says to Tom,
"Well, it's settled."
Oh, you mean you've signed?
That's right, Tom. Start work tomorrow morning at 8.
What'd you think of Sam Marco?
What did you expect me to think of him?
Well, he's gruff and even crude in his way, but he's plenty smart, Larry.
You're beginning to sound like a Hollywood press agent. Time you got out of this town, Tom.
Well, it can't be too soon for me, as soon as I get rid of this confounded brace on my back. But you seem edgy, Larry. Hope you aren't sorry I sent for you to come to Hollywood.
No, I'm not sorry. I'm just bewildered. Didn't seem like you somehow. Get me out here for a picture sight unseen. For a picture with a company few people ever heard of. And at half my regular salary.
Well, I told you how it was, Larry. It just struck me as a good idea. Sam Marco happened to tell me that he was looking for the right actor for this particular part, and, well, it occurred to me that you might fit it perfectly. Then when I mentioned your name, he jumped at the idea.
Yes, well, that's not the impression he gave me, Tom. I got the idea you practically slugged him with a blackjack before he agreed to take a chance.
Well, you didn't take him seriously, Larry. That's just Hollywood, you dope. Marco's tickled to death at getting you. It's a big feather in his cap, and don't you forget it. He's just putting on an act to try to keep you from getting away.
Larry Noble knows only too well what prompted this picture offer. An urgent message from Mary to Tom Bryson. And Larry's bitterness increases as his old friend tries to gloss over the facts. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband, Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Must Have One Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. If you ever had a chance to peek into some of the quaint old cookbooks of centuries past, you may have noticed that many of the meat recipes begin with the amusing words, "First catch your fowl." Well, in much the same way, many of the finest dessert recipes today might begin with, "First get some Jell-O," for with Jell-O in your kitchen cupboard, you're all set to make some of the grandest desserts you ever dreamed of. No matter how you serve it, Jell-O will prove the masterpiece of the meal. Perfectly plain in a mold of brilliant color, crimson strawberry, golden lemon, or sea green lime. Cut into shimmering little cubes or whipped up into a beautiful fluffy lightness, or molded in colorful layers. Jell-O is always extra good because it has extra rich flavor, a flavor that rivals the real ripe fruit itself. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, because the name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. I Must Have One More Kiss, 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 played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies, that genial host of Beverly Hills, whose Thanksgiving party last Thursday will never be forgotten.
I'll never forget it.
Quiet, Mary.
A man who spared no expense to ensure the success of this delightful occasion.
Mary, please.
A man whose social gatherings have made him the talk of the film colony.
Thank you, Don.
A host at whose dinners the second cup of coffee is always free, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm glad you had such a nice time at my Thanksgiving party. But what did you mean the second cup of coffee was free?
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. Mary was ribbing you, so I thought I'd join in. It was really a grand evening.
Well, thanks, Don. And it's for you, Miss Livingston. That's the last time you'll ever have dinner at my house.
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Gee, you're getting so sensitive lately. It's simply awful.
Just the same, you're not eating at my house anymore.
Who cares? My ticket is punched out anyway.
My, that's comical. You know, it seems strange, Mary, but you're the only one that gets bored when I invite the gang over. Hey, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Did you have a good time at my Thanksgiving party?
Yeah, it's the first time I ever got a hangover from a turkey.
Phil, you don't have to tell me how you got a hangover. You were doing all right long before you came to my house.
What do you mean?
When I opened the front door, you fell in like a body in a murder mystery. Not only that, you brought me a manhole cover. So don't blame it on the turkey, eh, Don?
You're right, Jack. Personally, I thought the turkey had a delicious flavor, although it was a little tough.
Tough? Why, Don, how can you say that? It was as tender as it could be. That turkey wasn't a bit tough.
Go on, it had muscles like Earl Lederman.
Oh, it did. Well, it's too bad it was so virile. Next time I'll get a turkey that walks around with his wing on his hip. Maybe you like that better.
And oh boy, the soup you served. You know, Phil, it reminded me of that new picture.
What picture?
The rain came.
Well, I suppose it wasn't a hit. Listen, fellas, if my party was such a big flop, how did it happen to crash the newspapers? It was right on the society page of the Beverly Hills Citizen.
The Beverly Hills Citizen?
Yes, Don, I got it right here. Get this. Here, read it to him, Mary.
Okay. Do you suffer from itchy skin? If so, try...
It's on the other side. Here, give me that. I'll read it. Listen, fellas. Jack Benny entertains. That's the headline. Last Thursday night, at his cozy home on Roxbury Drive, Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio, gave the outstanding party of the social season. Among those present were Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Mrs. Lucretia Day and her son Dennis, Phil Harris, Andy Devine, and Mr. Homer T. Schmink.
Homer T. Schmink. Who was he?
Oh, he was the fellow that delivered the ice cream and wouldn't go home. Go ahead, Mary.
You're reading it.
Oh, yes. Among those unable to attend this scintillating event were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard.
Here they come, folks.
Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck, Tyrone Power and Annabella, the Fred McMurrays, and Mrs. Homer T. Schmink. A good time was had by all. How's that for a write-up?
Let me see that, Jack.
Here you are, Mary. Look at that big print on top. Jack Benny Entertains.
Yeah, and look at that little print at the bottom. ADVT.
ADVT?
Yes, that means an ad, and you paid for it.
It means nothing of the kind.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. ADVT means a paid ad in any newspaper in the country.
Not in this case, Phil.
Then what does it mean?
ADVT means a dinner vit turkey. That's what it means.
Vit turkey?
Yes, vit turkey.
Oh, Jack, you're wonderful.
All right, Mary, I don't care what you say. I consider that a very lovely notice.
It certainly was, Jack. It certainly was, Jack. And you know what I enjoyed most at the party?
What, Don?
The games we played afterwards. Gee, it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, those games are silly, but it's great when you play the old ones, like spin the bottle, pin the tail on the donkey.
Holy smokes, did we play games?
Yes, Phil, we pinned the tail on you 8 times, and you didn't even feel it. And you know why.
No fooling. Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you something. Who was that cute girl I was dancing with all evening?
Forget it, Phil.
Oh, no. Who was that girl I was dancing with? You know, the one in the ermine wrap.
Phil, I said forget it.
Forget it nothing. She was a cute kid, and I want to call her up.
All right, Phil, that cutie was Carmichael. That's who you were dancing with.
I thought she had a cold nose.
You and Carmi were certainly the life of the party. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, I had a good time at your house Thursday night. The dinner was swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Dennis. And incidentally, you're still new on the program, and I don't want to be bossy or anything, but, you know, we never chew gum during a broadcast. So please throw it away.
I'm not chewing gum.
Now, Dennis.
This is a piece of turkey from your Thanksgiving party.
Oh, well, you must have got the only tough piece. Your mother didn't have any trouble, Dennis. She had 2 wings and a drumstick. Where is she?
Flat on her back.
Why, Dennis, you mean your mother's ill?
There you are. The turkey got her.
Phil, it couldn't have been the turkey.
Well, maybe it was the dressing.
Don, it wasn't the turkey and it wasn't the dressing.
Couldn't have been the butter. We didn't have any.
Listen, Mary, you don't need butter when you have gravy. You can put gravy on the bread.
Supposing you don't like gravy.
Then stay home, for heaven's sake. A big issue over butter and gravy. Now, let's forget about my party.
I don't know what you kids are complaining about. I got a big piece of butter.
I certainly. All you had to do was ask for it. Don asked for a piece of butter, and I gave it to him.
He had to burn his finger first.
Well, then what's the argument? Butter is very good on a burn.
I suppose it's no good on bread.
All right! The next time you fellas come to my house, I'm going to have nothing but butter. Just plain butter. A great big hunk of butter.
Should we come formal?
Yes, come formal. Let's drop it. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Let's have your song, please, before I lose my temper, please. You and your please.
You wouldn't talk like that if my mother was here.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Listen, Dennis, I'll meet your mother any time, any place, any weight. And that goes for your father, too.
If you can lick Mother, you got a cinch with Pa.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now go ahead with your song. Shall we come formal?
Faithful forever, whatever I do, remember I'm true. Remember that. Faithful forever and thankful for you. I'll keep smiling through. Remember that.
we may be apart now and then, but I'll hold you in my heart till you're in my arms again. Faithful forever, I promise to be, so always have faith in me. For our love was fated, you were created just for me. And so if ever we're separated, I will be faithful forever. I promise to be, so always have
was Faithful Forever, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by the orchestra, who were still playing I Must Have One More Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And you both did very well. By the way, Dennis, I'm sorry I spoke so sharply to you a little while ago, but I was rather annoyed, and I took it out on you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Benny.
You're about the only one around here who shows me any respect. So just keep on being a good boy, that's all I ask. You know, there's a certain formula for getting along with me, Dennis. Be grateful, act polite.
And let Jack save your money.
Nice going, Mary. Listen, Mary, I've had just about enough of those insults and gags at my expense. If you and Geronimo don't like it... Why don't you go out and get your own program?
We've been thinking about that.
Oh, you have?
Sure, there are plenty of jobs for a guy like me.
Oh, there are. Well, Phil, let me ask you something. Have you ever driven your car across the Mojave Desert?
Sure, why?
Well, did you ever notice that just before you start across the desert, right on the edge of it, there's a gas station that says Last Chance?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, 3 years ago, when you got a job on this program, I was that gas station. Just remember that.
What are you talking about? 3 years ago, my band was the hottest thing in town.
Sure it was the hottest thing in town. You were working in a barbecue pit. Sam's rib joint. Music while you munch. So don't tell me.
Well, we all have our ups and downs. I'm considered the top band leader today.
Oh, you are, eh?
Right now, I'm at the pinnacle of my career.
Pinnacle? Oh, boy, what a guy. You know, Phil, sometimes when I look at you, all I can do is shake my head. Just shake my head.
You wouldn't if you could stop it.
A good stiff collar will take care of that. And you, Miss Livingston, what I said about Mr. Harris goes for you, too. You're very lucky to be here.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You were on this program 2 years before you realized I wasn't a floor walker. And take that pencil out of your hair. Boy, am I clicking tonight.
That's your teeth.
My head shakes and my teeth click. I'm doing quite a rumba above my shoulder. Now get away from me.
Oh, my goodness, Jack, but you're sure cracking the whip tonight.
Quiet, Wilson. I'll give you just 2 seconds to say something about Jell-O.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Well, what are they? Name them.
Yes, sir. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
All right, what do you look for? What do you look for?
Be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
Okay, now go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Get moving, buddy.
Yes, Mr. Legree.
Well, snap into it. What are you laughing at?
You remind me of another picture.
Never mind.
The devil is a sissy.
Well, maybe I did lose my head. Play, Phil. Gee, I'm a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. was East of the Border, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute. That was south of the border.
I know, Phil. That was just my way of saying you were off the beam. And now, ladies and
Now,
gentlemen...
hold on, Jack. Perhaps it's none of my business, and I don't want to try to run things around here, but don't you think you ought to calm down a little?
Well?
Don't let everything get your goat.
Well, I guess you're right, Don. Maybe I did fly off the handle tonight, but I'm not going to let it happen again. The next party I give, I won't invite anybody, and there won't be any complaints. I'll just sit there all by myself. Just me. Just plain me.
And a big hunk of butter.
At least I'll be happy. That's not asking too much.
Well, Jack, I just can't hold out any longer. This whole thing was a rib.
A rib?
Yeah, every one of us thought that dinner of yours was marvelous.
No kidding, Jack. The turkey was delicious.
Best I ever tasted.
Oh, it was, eh?
Yeah, the piece I got is swell.
Well, Dennis, stop chewing it. Give up already. So you fellas enjoyed the turkey, eh?
We sure did.
Well, kids, I can't hold out any longer either. To show you guys you know nothing about food, that bird I served Thursday night wasn't turkey at all.
It wasn't turkey.
No, it wasn't. It was duck, wild duck. I shot him myself.
Who held him?
Nobody held him. I shot him right out of the air. Mary was with me.
You mean when we were out hunting with Annie Devine?
Yeah, so don't pan the food, fellas, when you don't even know what you're eating.
So you went duck hunting with Andy, huh? Was it fun?
Oh, you should have been there, Don. Jack was a scream.
Never mind.
Boy, what he doesn't know about a gun.
I know plenty about guns, Mary. When I was on the rifle team in Waukegan, they used to call me Bullseye Benny. Bullseye.
I can make it shorter than that.
All right, forget it.
What happened at the duck hunt, Mary?
Well...
It's not important.
Well, Jack and I left Tuesday and stayed overnight at Annie's ranch.
I see.
And about 4 o'clock the next morning, I was down in the kitchen helping Annie's mother get breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, Annie went upstairs to wake up Jack. And pretty soon we heard him hollering, "Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock.
Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock. Come on, we gotta get going.
Hello again. Oh, hello, Andy. What's the matter?
Well, if you want to shoot any ducks, we better get started.
Okay, Andy. I'll be dressed in a minute. Oh, boy, I'm tired.
Gee, Buck, you sure look funny in that nightgown.
What's wrong with my nightgown?
You look like a bride with that long train.
That's not a train. My zipper got caught in the sheet. Where's Mary?
She's downstairs with Ma getting breakfast ready.
What, Mary Livingston up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, boy, I bet she's grouchy.
Oh, no, Buck, she's cheerful as a lark.
Oh, she can't be.
She is, too. I'm telling the story.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Don, Andy came downstairs, and Jack went over to the bunkhouse to wake up Rochester.
Oh, was Rochester with you?
Yeah. Jack thought he'd make a good retriever. So Jack went over to get Rochester, and he had an awful time waking him up. You could hear him yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester! Hey, Rochester! Come on, Rochester. Rochester, we gotta get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
It's 4 o'clock and it's me. Now get up.
Can I sleep a little longer?
No, you can't. The ducks are waiting for us.
Boss, anything that waits for me at 4 o'clock in the morning better pull up a chair and relax.
Don't be silly, Rochester. How can a duck pull up a chair?
Sit down, boss, and we'll discuss it.
Never mind. Now, you get up out of that bed and make it snappy. Come on.
It's dark outside.
Now, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get up. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, if you don't get up right away, you're going to miss breakfast.
I'm going to score on lunch, too.
All right, very well. I'm going into breakfast right now. And for your information, Rochester, we're having pork chops.
Central Avenue pheasant. Yeah, come, boy.
I thought so. Now hurry it up.
Well, Don, it was about 5 o'clock when we finished breakfast, and then we started out for the duck pond.
But, Mary, you're not allowed to shoot ducks that early in the morning, are you?
No, Don, we had to wait about an hour, but you could hear them all over the place. There were hundreds of them.
Oh, boy, get a load of those ducks. Give me my gun, Rochester. There's a baby I got my eye on.
Here you are, boss. And wait a minute, Buck. You can't shoot any ducks till 7 o'clock.
Oh, yes, darn it.
Why don't you take a shot at that tree just for practice?
Practice? Don't worry about me, Mary. I've handled a gun before.
Yeah, but it had a cork on the end of it.
I mean a shotgun.
Say, Buck, I meant to tell you that gun I'll let you have has got a powerful kick when it goes off. Better be careful.
I will, Andy.
You're worse than Mary. I got a gun at home just like this, a 12 millimeter.
Millimeter? You mean gauge?
Well, whatever it is, I got one. I know how to handle it.
Just the same, you ought to try it out.
Okay, I'll show you kids some fancy shooting. See that orange hanging on that tree over there? Watch me knock it off.
That's the sun. It just came up.
Well, I'll show you something else. Here's a real trick. Hey, Rochester, put this tin can on your head and hold still.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Come on, Rochester, put this can on your head and I'll shoot it off. Don't be scared.
That's fine. The sun isn't orange and he tells me not to be scared.
Rochester, it's a very simple trick. I saw a man do it in vaudeville.
Well, vaudeville's dead and I ain't going to tell him to move over.
Oh, boy, what a baby. Didn't you ever hear the story about William Tell? He shot an apple off his son's head.
Well, get him. I'll wait.
All right, if you don't want to play, don't play. I never saw a guy worry so much. Hey, Andy, come here a minute.
Well, what do you want, Buck?
Hold your cigarette up in the air. I'll shoot it out of your fingers.
Nothing doing, Buck. I got to unlace my shoes tonight.
Oh, what a game. No one's game to do anything.
Well, if you want to try out the gun, why don't you shoot at that elm tree over there?
All right, I'll bore a hole right through it.
Be careful with that gun. It kicks like a mule.
Oh, Andy, let me alone, will you? Now watch, everybody. I'm aiming right for that tree. Suppose I don't know how to hold a gun, eh?
Wait a minute, Buck. Just close one eye.
Oh, that's right.
And take your finger out of your ear.
Mary, don't distract me. All right, here I go. Ready, aim, fire. Ooh.
You missed it, Buck.
Yeah. Pick me up, Andy. You were right about that gun.
Oh, Jack, look at that big flock of ducks over there in that cove. Big fat ones.
Yeah, let's sneak over and hide in the bushes.
Yeah, we'll be all ready for him at 7 o'clock. Now, be quiet, everybody. Say, Andy, how many ducks are we allowed to get? I mean, what's the limit?
10 apiece.
Oh, boy, 20 ducks. Now, remember, Rochester, all the ducks I shoot, you'll have to carry home.
Boss, if a duck flies slow enough for you to hit, he's too old to eat.
Don't worry, you just swim out and get them every time I hit them. Here we are now.
Oh, Jack, look at that cute little duck in the water, and it's sound asleep.
Yeah, I'll wake that baby up in a few minutes.
No, you won't. Look what he's got around his neck.
What?
An alarm clock, and it's set for 6:45.
Oh, don't be silly. Gee, I wish it was time already. I could hardly wait till I start blasting away at him.
Take it easy, Buck.
I will, Andy, but, gee, I'm kind of anxious to get... Oh, darn it.
Buck, I told you not to shoot before 7 o'clock.
I didn't shoot, Andy. I dropped my gun and went off by accident. What's that?
You got a duck, boy. Get in.
Oh, boy, and I wasn't even aiming at him. Only 9 to go, kid. Wow, this is fun. What a duck.
Gee, it's a beauty, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it is pretty. Gee.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah, look at those eyes. Gosh, I didn't know ducks had blue eyes. And look at that sad face. Ain't it sad looking? Gee, I didn't mean to kill
What's
him.
the matter, Buck?
Nothing, Andy. See, look at that poor little duck. Gosh, I don't see how people can kill a little thing like that.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Jack.
I know it wasn't Mary, but gosh, blue eyes. And just think, a minute ago it was alive. Flying through the air, happy and gay. It didn't know it was going to die. Oh, I don't know why I came out here.
Oh, Buck, it was just an accident. You'll get over it.
I won't get over it.
You're not to blame, Jack.
I am too. I'm a murderer. That's what I am. A murderer. Killer Benny. Come on, Mary, let's go home. Rochester, you stay here with Mr. Devine. Not me, Wolf. I can't stand it. I'm going home with you.
All right, Rochester, if you're so sad, put down that duck. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
So long.
So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went on a hunting trip.
But, Mary, if that's the case, where did Jack get the wild ducks for the dinner?
He bought them at a market, and they weren't any wilder than his.
Well, at least my conscience is clear. I can sleep tonight. Play, Phil.
You know, foreign visitors to this country look upon the average American supper table as one of the wonders of the world, and I agree with them. Why, every night of the year, the American table laden with foods that are fit for a king. Yet they're common items in the simplest American menu. Such delicacies, for example, as Jell-O chocolate pudding, a rich, marvelously smooth dessert that's crammed, has a full, satisfying flavor like the old-fashioned pudding your mother used to make. But Jell-O chocolate pudding is quick and easy. You can serve it in any number of tempting ways, dressed up with whipped cream, chopped nuts, or maraschino cherries. You can make a swell chocolate pie filling with it, or use it for a satin-smooth chocolate sauce. And there's Jell-O butterscotch pudding with its warm, mellow, golden taste. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy and extra luscious with fruits or nuts folded in. They're all swell to eat. They're all easy to make. So get Jell-O puddings tomorrow. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla, and you'll know why all America is raving about these new desserts.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Down in the Alley and Over the Fence. Have you ever noticed how a fine chef will dress up his dishes with a little fancy touch here and there? Well, that isn't wasted effort by a long shot, for a delicious-tasting dish should look delicious, too, in order to whet your appetite. And believe me, that's where Jell-O really rates. For Jell-O looks so tempting, it makes you hungry just to see it. All 6 glowing colors lend a striking note of charm to any meal. There's rose pink raspberry and deep crimson strawberry, bright red cherry and vivid orange, clear golden lemon and sea green lime. All 6 shimmering with tempting beauty, and all 6 crammed with extra rich flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. A flavor that always says more. And so as soon as you can, let's say tomorrow, ask your grocer for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells the treat. That was Down in the Alley and Over the Fence, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who officially opened the Christmas season last week by leading the Santa Claus Lane Parade down Hollywood Boulevard, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm glad you brought that up. That procession was really a spectacle. Wallace Beery was in it, Buck Jones, Tom Mix, Dean Autry, Jack Benny. I never saw so many bow legs in one parade. It was really thrilling, wasn't it, Don?
So I understand, Jack. I didn't see the parade. I just read about it in the papers.
Oh, you didn't get to see it?
No.
Oh. Well, Don, you should have been there. Now, I don't want to compare myself with Tom Mix or Gene Autry, but they tell me I look simply marvelous on that big white stallion. One of the finest horses I've ever ridden.
Well, Jack, weren't you nervous riding a strange horse for the first time?
Oh, no, Don. You see, when I handle a new mount, You say you didn't see the parade, Don?
No.
Oh. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but when I got in that saddle, there wasn't a doubt as to who was the master. I tell you, Don, I gave the crowd a real thrill.
Well, Jack, from my experience with horses, I've found the crowd generally excite them, particularly when they're high-strung. Was yours a spirited animal?
Spirited? Don, if you had witnessed the parade, which you didn't, did you?
No.
Oh. Well, if you had seen the parade, you would have been proud of me. Yes, sir.
I'm sure I would have, Jack. I didn't know you were such a skillful horseman. Do you play polo, too?
Polo? Oh, I play at it, Don. I wouldn't exactly class myself among the first 10, but I swing that old mallet for many a goal.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Now, you take that game last week at the Uplifters Field. Boy, you didn't see that game, did you, Don?
Yes, I was there, Jack.
Oh, well. Well, it was a great game. I saw it, too. But speaking of horses, Don, even when I was a kid, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Are you in the same old subject, Jack?
I was just telling Don about the Christmas parade I led the other night. Did you see it?
I sure did.
Oh. Well, Don, I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got an important play to do, and
Did you see it, Don?
Mary, let's not bore Don with any more talk about the parade. I told him all about it.
Did you tell him you were riding a stuffed horse?
Now, Mary.
A stuffed horse? Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that horse you rode in the parade wasn't a real one?
Oh, Don, don't pay any attention to Mary. That horse wasn't any more stuffed than I am.
Then why was he on a wooden platform with wheels on it?
Well...
And why did the other horses ignore him?
Look, Mary.
And why didn't his head move up and down during the whole parade?
Because we made a deal. I was to take the bow. You want to know something, Mary? That horse won a gold cup for jumping.
Well, he can't even twitch now.
No use arguing with you. Ask Andy Devine about that horse, Don. He was in the parade.
Oh, Don, I almost forgot to tell you. The funniest thing happened.
What was it, Mary?
Oh, never mind.
Right in the middle of the parade, the tail fell off the horse.
Oh.
Jack thought it was his toupee and nearly fainted.
Mary, stop dreaming it up. We got enough other things to do tonight besides rehashing a parade. Now, let's forget it. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
What's what?
What's cooking? What's swinging on the gate, Bub?
What's swinging on the gate?
Yeah, what's with the gap? What's buzzing?
Don't go away, folks. I'll get to the bottom of this right now. Phil, do you mean what were we talking about when you came in?
That's it. What's the chatter adding up to?
Well, look, Phil, I don't like to hold you down or anything, but we have a pretty intelligent listening audience. I wish you wouldn't throw them off the beam. Can't you come in sometime and simply say, hello, Jack, what's going on?
Sure I could, but it ain't me. Don't fit my character.
You and your character. With your character, Phil, you should be wearing button shoes. With cloth tops. And a straw hat with a string on it.
And a jazz bow tie. I got the whole outfit.
Don't ever wear that jazz bow tie around here or I'll take your chicken inspector badge away from you. Jazz bow tie.
Say, Bill, did you see Jack in the parade the other night?
What parade?
Now, look, there.
Come on. What about the parade? What happened?
Well, according to Mary, Jack was riding a stuffed horse.
Don, who are you going to listen to, your boss or Miss Livingston? And for last time, Mary, that horse was not stuffed.
Then why did his stomach light up and say, go to Jean's for chili and beans?
All right, Mary, all right. Let me ask you something. If that wasn't a real horse, why did I fall off?
Your safety belt broke.
I wasn't wearing it.
That's rich. Buck Benny falls off a stuffed horse.
You should talk, Harris. I wish I had $1 for every time you fell off the bandstand at the Wilshire Bowl. Would I be in the dough?
Can I help it if I faint?
Phil, when people faint, you throw water on them. That would kill you. You know, I'd like to start a conversation just once where I didn't get the word.
But, Jack, you bring it all on yourself. Why do you exaggerate so much? Why, you even told me you played polo.
I did not. I said I played at polo. I'm out there all the time. Of course, I'm not as good as Spencer Tracy.
That goes for stage, screen, polo, ping pong, and I haven't even turned the page yet.
Well, that's the trouble with Hollywood. A guy wins the Academy Award a couple of times, right away he's better than I am. But that's life, I guess.
Oh, Jack, here comes Dennis, and his mother's with him.
Oh, yes, he must be feeling better. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Who's cooking?
Who's cooking?
Yeah, what gives out, what the gives in?
Oh, fine. Mrs. Day, are you going to stand there and let your child talk like Phil Harris?
Why not? The kid's jiving.
Well, it's all right with you. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, Mrs. Day, Dennis told me last week that my Thanksgiving dinner upset you a little.
Yes, but I'm feeling much better now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but it really couldn't have been the food. See, nobody else got sick.
Nobody else got a Mickey.
I didn't give her a Mickey. I merely discussed it. That's all.
A Mickey? What's that?
A Mickey, Mrs. Day, is an internal hot foot. You know, a sort of a liquid blackjack. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Have you got a song all ready for us?
I sure have, Mr. Benny.
Well, go ahead. Let's hear it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I thought that horse you rode in the parade the other night was a beautiful animal.
You did?
Yes, especially south of the border, which was me. Goodbye.
Oh, he's everywhere. Sing, Dennis.
At the end of a day, in a dream that's divine, my prayer is a rapture in gloom, with a world far away, and your lips close to mine. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. My friend, and the answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, and you'll always be there at the end of my prayer. When the twilight is gone and no songbird is singing, when the twilight is gone, you come into my heart, and here in my heart you will stay while I pray. That I'm longing to know. My prayer and the answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of
That was My Prayer, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. That was one of your best songs. You did it beautifully.
Gee, thanks.
It was a grand job. In fact, you sang much better than you did last week.
What was the matter with last week?
Nothing was the matter with last week. I simply said he sang better today.
Oh, then you mean Dennis is not consistent?
I mean nothing of the kind. All I mean is that everybody can improve. Even Bing Crosby is better now than he used to be.
Well, if you like Crosby so much, why don't you get him?
Mrs. Day, don't be fooled by the way Crosby dresses. He doesn't work for peanuts. Those patches on his pants are baby bonds. Boy, what a woman.
It's your own fault, Jack. Why do you always stick your neck out?
I didn't stick my neck out. I'm the master of ceremony, so when Dennis finished the song, I said it was very good. And Mrs. Day started an argument, and I answered it.
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when man argue with woman, man have 2 strikes before he open mouth.
Oh.
When open mouth, strike 3.
That was very clever, Ming Toy. But not quite true.
I think Miss Livingston is absolutely right.
Oh, you do? Well, there's another Chinese proverb, Mrs. Day, that goes something like this. When Mama walk around with Chip on shoulder, goodbye, Mr. Chip and Mama. That's just a little hinty. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, speaking of Chinese proverbs, I just thought up a good one myself.
You did, Don? Said he with a sly look in his almond eyes? What is it?
When honorable customer asks esteemed grocery man for tempting and economical dessert, him sure get Jell-O, but flavor up to honorable customer.
Oh, well, tell us what the flavors are, Sing Fast. If humble servant, not too bold.
Yes, most gracious one. Jell-O comes 6 delicious flavors. Fungao, Fungao, Changyao, Yungao, Lumtoy, and Lime.
Well.
So look for the big red letters on the Yungao Fu Chow Hung Li Ching.
My goodness, the word for box is a longie, isn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from Confucius to the ridiculous, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny We Can Stand It If You Can players will present their annual football classic. A mystery melodrama entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or He Had 10 Yards to Go When He Went. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous coach for dear old Flatfoot. Now, Phil, you're going to be the...
Why can't I be the coach? I know more about football than you do.
What are you talking about? When I was a kid, I was the star quarterback for Waukegan High. Boy, was I fast. I used to kick the ball, carry the ball, and throw the ball.
Throw the what?
Throw the ball. You heard it. I was hot stuff in those days. I remember once I ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
Your legs didn't buckle then.
Yeah, don't buckle now. Anyway, getting back to our football play, Phil, you're going to be right in. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don.
Yes, Jack.
You're going to be right guard, left guard, center, and a fraternity house. So much for the line. Now in the...
Am I going to be on the team again this year, Jack?
Yes, Mary. We're short of men. You'll have to be one of the players. Now here's your equipment. Put it on.
Okay. Oh, Jack, do men wear these?
Put them on. Those are shoulder pads. Now, let's see. We're still short of men here. We need one more in the backfield.
I'll be glad to help you out, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to make our play as legitimate as possible, I have gone to a great deal of trouble and expense to hire a real football player. That former star fullback of the Hermosa Beach Grunions, none other than Mr. Dynamite Dugan. And here he is, folks, in person. Well, did you hear that, Dynamite? That applause was for you.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that spontaneous ovation.
Yes, sir. Now tell me, Mr. Dugan, how long is it since you played in a game?
Well, the last time I participated in a football contest was when we encountered Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute during the Philadelphia Sesquicentennial.
Oh.
However, in the intervening space of time, I ain't done nothing.
I see.
Hey, Jackson, this guy knows a lot of big words. I'd like to meet him.
It wouldn't hurt you any. Dynamite, this is Phil Harris, our orchestra leader.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harris. Permit me to felicitate you on your Philharmonic aggregation.
Well, thanks, Bub. It's sure gratifying to meet a man of your intellect and mental fortitude.
Why, Phil.
That's topping him, eh, Jackson?
It certainly is.
I know more words than Noah and Webster put together.
That's one man, Noah Webster. He wrote the dictionary.
No kidding. I was under the impersonation it was two different guys.
Under the impersonation. Oh, brother. One thing about you, Phil, when you go haywire, you go all the way through. Impersonation comes from the word impersonator, and an impersonator is a mimic.
And a mimic is a man with no blood.
Mary, stop with those old jokes. What is it, the medicine show?
All we need is some snake oil.
Need? There are 8 bottles in the orchestra. And now, Phil, we're ready for a number.
Hey, what happened to me?
Pardon me, Dynamite, we digress momentarily. Now, our play tonight, Mr. Dugan, besides being a football drama, is also a murder mystery. And you're the guy that's going to get bumped off.
You mean on the corpus delicti?
Exactly.
Hey, Jack, who's going to be the murderer?
That, John, I cannot divulge. It may be one of us. It may be somebody sitting in our audience. And then again, it may be... This will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil. Isn't it thrilling, folks? That was In My Merry Oldsmobile, played by the orchestra, an old number which finally reached Harris. Phil's got a harp in his orchestra tonight. Now I've seen everything. I can quit radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our football mystery, Murder on the Gridiron, or That Ain't Ketchup on the Grass. Now, the locale of our play is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of East Bunyan, Indiana. As the scene opens, the first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. You're playing like a bunch of nitwits. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? On this next half, I want you to go out and fight. Flatfoot can win. I know we're going to win.
Then why did you bet on Meatball?
Them odds were terrific. Now, look, fellas, this isn't a picnic, it's a football game. Why, I'm ashamed of the way you've been playing.
What are you talking about, Coach? We scored 97 points in the first half.
Sure, but Meatball scored 103. The way they've been crossing our goal line, you think we were giving away a Plymouth. My goodness.
What are we giving away?
Quiet. And you, Harris, why don't you snap in it? You've been playing like a sissy all afternoon.
Sissy, I got my arm broke, didn't I?
That was last night when you fell off the bandstand. Call yourself a football player. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you just stand there. Why don't you run with it?
Oh, who would take me?
Well, run and find out. Now, listen, fellas. We can win this game if you guys will only just put a little pep into it. A little fight. A little spirit.
Hey, Rose.
That's Coach. What do you want?
The If that wasn't a stuffed horse, why did he have glass eyes?
Forget about that horse. Now, listen, fellas, we got to stop this fooling around. I'm going in myself this half and play quarterback in place of who was playing quarterback?
We didn't have any.
No quarterback. Then how'd you get signals?
We built fires like Indians.
Oh, then I owe you all an apology. I thought you were holding a weenie bake out there. Now, Dynamite, I want you to carry the ball in every play. It's our only chance to win.
But, gee, Coach, I'm afraid. You saw that letter that said I was going to be bumped off.
Oh, stop worrying. It didn't say positively. Now, come on, fellas. Let's go out there and fight. Fight! Fight! What's that?
Look, Coach, somebody threw a brick through the window.
And there's a note on it addressed to Dynamite Dugan.
Give me that. It says, my dear Dynamite, if you play in the last half of this game, you will be bumped off. Signed positively. I guess they mean business.
That sounds bad, Coach. I'm scared.
Well, it's too late to do anything now, Dynamite. You just got to go out there and take a chance.
Yeah, maybe he'll win the Plymouth.
Oh, forget that. Now, come on, men. We're going out in that field. And remember, we're going to win this game for dear old Flatfoot, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll tell you now, we're lousy.
All right, snap into it, men. Come on, let's go.
Well, here we are, folks. The second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes the Flatfoot team, led by their coach, Flash Benny. Listen to those cheers, folks. 80,000 people are gathered here today to witness this thrilling football game and the murder of Dynamite Dugan.
How do you know?
I'm getting out of here.
Take it easy, Dynamite. Take it easy. There's nothing to be scared of. You see, they missed you. Now, follow me, Dynamite, but not too close. Come on, line up, men. I'll kick the ball.
There's the whistle, folks. The teams are lining up, and Flatfoot is about to kick off the meatball. Flash Benny is running towards the ball, and there's the kick.
Wow, I can still boot him, eh, Libby? Look at that pigskin tail.
Where?
Way up there.
That's the Goodyear blimp.
Well, I'll be darned.
Flash Benny missed the ball, folks. The old boy's eyes are bad.
They are not. I haven't got my glasses.
You got them on, but you can't see them.
Oh, yes.
They're lining up again, folks. Benny is trying once more. And there's the kick. It's a beauty, folks. Meatball receives the ball on the 10-yard line. Uh-oh, it's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. There's another fumble, and Meatball recovers. There's another fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. Meatball, Flatfoot, Meatball, Flatfoot. The ball's loose again. I told them they should have killed that pig.
Oh, quiet. Now, listen, men. This is the break we've been waiting for. We got the ball on their 1-yard line. And besides, the wind is with us. 1 yard to go, I'll carry the ball.
Pretty long trip for you, ain't it, Bob?
Don't get smart. I'll make it. Signal. 1, 3, 7, 9. I'll take that ball and crack their line.
There's the play. Benny has the ball, and what's this? They're pushing him back. Back 5 yards, 10 yards, 20 yards, 30, 40, 50.
Hey, wait a minute. I get off at 47th Street. Gee. Hey, what's the matter with you guys anyway? Don't I get any interference? I only had 1 yard to make, and now look where I am.
Well, don't blame us, Flash. We opened a big hole for you. Why didn't you go through?
The wind changed. I'm only human. All right, Dynamite, it's up to you. In this next play, I'll throw you a forward pass, and you run for a touchdown.
But, gee, Flash, suppose I get killed.
Then drop the ball. You can't take it with you.
Sure, don't worry. All right, men. Signal. 9, 7, 4, 6. If a man answers, hang up quick.
The ball is snapped to Benny. He throws a forward pass to Dynamite Dugan. Dynamite is running down the field. He's headed for a touchdown. Services at noon Wednesday. Run, Dynamite, run. You only got 30 yards to go. Don't let that scare you, Dynamite. Keep going. You can make it, Dynamite. Run, run.
Dynamite. Dynamite, speak to me. Who shot you? Who did it? Tell me, Dynamite, who did it?
My assassination was conceived and executed by...
You shorter words, you'll never make it.
I was shot by... Good heavens! He's dead!
This will be continued next Sunday night. Who killed Dynamite Dugan? Was it an inside job? Will the murderer be discovered? Will Jack give me a Christmas present?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out.
The favorite dessert of our forefathers was hasty pudding, so called because of the ease and speed with which it could be made. But today it's been replaced in busy kitchens by an even hastier pudding. Yes, I mean the new Jell-O pudding. These rich, tempting desserts may look fancy, but they really take just a few brief minutes to make. They're easy and simple to prepare, and they taste so swell that all over the country, folks are changing to Jell-O puddings and reveling in their smooth, creamy goodness. Because each of these grand desserts is a real triumph of taste. For example, try Jell-O chocolate pudding, a swell old-timer that tastes even better made this modern way. Or Jell-O butterscotch with its mellow golden flavor. Or Jell-O vanilla pudding, always delicate and delicious, and doubly so with fruits, nuts, dates, or marshmallows folded in. All three can be made quick as a wink, and you'll never find any pudding the family likes better. So why not do as many folks are doing today? Serve Jell-O puddings real often. And when you make out your grocery list for tomorrow, be sure to write down Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today, the Harris' youngest daughter, Phyllis, is celebrating her birthday. She's received a lot of presents, such as a bicycle, roller skates, a doll, and a carriage. And as we look in, she is about to open the last package, a gift from her Uncle Willie.
Gee, Uncle Willie, this is beautiful. It's just what I always wanted. What is it?
You don't know what this is?
No. What?
30 yards of felt weather stripping for your bedroom windows.
Is that what it is? I thought it was 2 miles of dental floss.
You're lucky, Sis. You should see what he gave me for my birthday. A Mother Goose mustache cup.
Gee, Uncle Willie, you promised to buy me that toy pony, and I wanted...
No, Phyllis, you should be thankful for what you received.
That's right. Now run along and play with your weather stripping. Go ahead, play cowboys and Indians.
With weather stripping?
Yeah, use it to tie Uncle Willie to a tree, and I'll get you a bow and arrow set. Go ahead, kids. Go on outside and play, huh? Oh, gee, Alice. I'm going out and get Phyllis that electric pony. It's a great toy. You get on this thing, and then you press a button, and it goes all over the place.
Oh, but, Phil, it costs $75. And besides, if you bought it today, it would be broken by tomorrow.
No, it won't, honey. I'll be careful when I ride it. Oh, gee, honey, can't I get it for Phyllis so she won't be I'll get that. Man, I'd love to get her that pony. Kids are only young once, and they...
Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
What's the matter with you?
I feel terrible. It's little Phyllis's birthday, and she wants a pony.
Why don't you get her one?
Well, Alice says it's too expensive.
Oh. Well, if a pony's too expensive, get her a jigger. She'll never know the difference.
Remley. Let's break it up, huh? Now, let's don't get started, because it's no laughing matter. Come in here, get her a J. What kind of talk? I'm in trouble. Phyllis wanted a toy electric pony for her birthday, and she didn't get it, and she's very disappointed.
Oh, well, she'll get over that when she sees all this stuff I bought her. I got a lot of things for her to play with. A doll, jacks, set of blocks, bottle of ready-mixed martinis.
Wait a minute. A bottle of martinis for a kid?
No, that's for me to play with. I'm too old for dolls.
Hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice.
What are all those packages in your arms?
Presents for Phyllis. Oh, here's a little something extra for her in this envelope. Go ahead, open it.
Okay. Oh, gee. It's just what Phyllis always wanted.
What is it, honey?
A gift certificate for a tattoo job.
I figured that would make a nice picturesque gift.
Yeah. Oh, the kid'll look great with a battleship on her stomach. The big mole, maybe.
Curly, don't be ridiculous. You can't put a big battleship on a little girl's stomach. Better make it a PT boat.
Frankie, what kind of a gift is that for a little girl? A tattoo job?
Yeah, I guess it is more practical for a grown woman. However, if you don't like that, here's something that's ideal for a child. Books.
Oh, that's better. Books are wonderful.
Wait a minute, Alice. Wait a minute. Now, don't go off the deep end. What kind of books, Mr. Remley?
Educational books for children. Written and published by I.J. Grogan.
Grogan? You mean I.J. Grogan, boy counterfeiter?
He was a counterfeiter, but that's all behind him. He's converted his presses so he can print kids' books. I bought the whole set. They're wonderful stories to combat juvenile delinquency, and each one teaches a moral lesson.
Say, that sounds good. Oh, what are the names of some of them?
Well, here's one called Hansel and Gretel at Leavenworth. Or, no matter how good you make a $3 bill, never try to pass it at a bank.
Frankie, that sounds like a great book for a child.
Oh, honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Listen to these. Heidi Gets the Hot Seat. Little Red Riding and Her Hoods. And here's one that's really a Clyde. It's called Raggedy Ann Goes to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that one teaches kids the pitfalls of gambling.
Yes, that I can see. I can see that by the titles of some of these chapters. Listen to this, honey. How to Warm Up a Cold Deck. How to Act Nonchalant When Caught with 5 aces.
Well, yeah, and here's 50 fictitious names to use in case of a raid.
All right. Now take these things out of here and burn them up. Remley, you do the stupidest things. I don't know what's
That's a fine way to talk to me. Just for that, I got a good mind not to sing.
Nobody ever asked you to sing.
Nobody ever asked you to sing either, but you do it every week. I thought it might be a welcome change if I sang.
Well, if anybody does any singing around here, it's going to be me.
I don't know about that.
Well, I know about it.
Now, boys, don't argue. There's only one fair way to settle this. I'll sing.
Now, see what you did?
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you've got to do, you've got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by 2, for I'd really like to say it's a lovely day today, and whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing more to say except Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day, no matter if it's springtime, summer, winter, or fall.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day.
So whatever you
So whatever you do, you got a lovely day to do it in. That's true.
And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two. For I'd really like to say
Out in the sunshine,
it's a lovely day
it's
today.
a lovely day.
And whatever you've got to
And
do,
whatever
I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there's nothing more to say. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
Oh, it's
such a lovely day.
Honey, that was swell. Remley couldn't have done better. You know something, Alice? I've been thinking. If Phyllis wants that electric pony, I'm going to go out and get it for her. After all, it's only $75.
Only 70... You mean you don't mind spending $75 for a toy?
No.
Curly, I saw a little plaything I'd like for my birthday.
Yeah, what?
There's a little manicurist down the street.
All right.
Of course, she's not electric, but I could have her wired.
You're going to be quiet. Phyllis wants the pony, and I'm going down and get it for her. I want her to...
Okay, if you insist. But don't be too long. I want you to stop at the bake shop and pick up a cake I ordered for Phyllis. I'll see you later, honey.
All right, honey.
Hey, Curly,
Yeah.
why spend $75 on a toy pony when you can add a few dollars to it and get a real pony?
A real one, huh?
Sure.
Gee whiz. That's every kid's dream, isn't it?
Sure.
Having a real pony. Yeah, well, where are we going to get one?
You leave it to me. I can take you to a place where they know all about ponies.
Yeah? Let's go.
All right. Well, here we are, Curly.
Here we are where?
Hmm?
Those aren't stables. Remley, this is an office building. There aren't any ponies here.
I know that, but this guy is an expert on ponies, and he has his office here. Now, follow me.
And now as they come into the stretch, it's big noise by a length. Lady Lynn coming up fast on the inside, and it's Powder Dry making a bid on the rail. And here they come across the wire, and it's Powder Dry by a nose.
Thank you. This is a bookmaking establishment.
No. So this is what they look like.
Yes, and I don't want to see such goings-on, so I'll close my eyes and you lead me out of here. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, taking me to a place like this.
I'm sorry, Curly.
Well, you should be.
I didn't know. I'd never been here before myself, and if I had known, I would...
Hey, Remley.
You speaking to me, sir?
Yeah. That nag you bet on yesterday came in and paid 10 to 1.
It did?
Here's your winnings. 60 cents.
The horse paid 10 to 1 and you got 60 cents? Remley, aren't you getting a little reckless? Betting 6 cents on one horse? Or was it a 5-horse parlay?
Don't be a wise guy. I bet it all on one horse. Across the board.
Remley, why did you bring me here?
Curly, you want a pony, and these guys know all about the pony.
Yes, but I can't buy a pony here.
Who says you can't?
It's Grogan.
Yeah. Hey, Grog, what are you doing here in Sam's bookmaking establishment? Do you place your bets with Sam?
Well, no. I just come to see my dear old mother.
You mean your mother hangs out in this bookie joint?
She has to. She's Sam.
It must be nice to have a mother you can call Sam. Look, Grove, do you know where I can buy a good pony?
Well, now you have come to the right man because I just happen to have a racehorse for sale.
No, Grove. I don't want no racehorse. See, I just want a little pony.
Now, why waste your money on a pony when for a few bucks more you can get a thoroughbred and you can race him, you can make money?
Well, that's true. Grogan, is this horse of yours any good?
Good, he says. Good. Hey. Look here, Clem. This nag is the biggest money maker since Citation.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how much do you want for him?
Well, would $28 be asking for me?
No, I don't. No, that don't sound too high for a horse that can make $1 million in purses, huh? Look, Grogan, if this horse of yours is so good, then how come you're not racing him?
Well, I did. Last year I raced him. I raced him at every track in the country, and I would still be doing it, except for one thing.
What?
I was barred from every track in the country.
Grogan, did you do something dishonest?
Now, how can you say that? You know that I wouldn't do nothing dishonest. Now, you buy this nag, kid, and I will throw in all the equipment that I used when I raced them.
Well, what kind of equipment?
Syringe, nose sponges, saddle with electric buzzer, you know. If you pay cash, I will also throw in a crooked jockey.
Hey, Grove. What colors did your horse race under?
Oh, I raced under different colors. There's 1 week I painted him black. There was 1 week he was brown, and 1 week he was black and white. You know, and it gave him a nice sporty look for the summer meet.
Look, Grogan, I don't think I want to buy this horse. There must be something wrong with him.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's the greatest piece of horse flesh you ever saw. If you don't believe me, you just take a look at this picture of me. Here. There stands the greatest handicap horse you ever saw. I defy you to find anything wrong with this horse.
He's only got 3 legs.
That's his handicap.
I don't believe I've ever seen a racehorse with 3 legs.
No.
What do you call them, Grogan?
Tripod. Yeah. You ought to see Tripod coming down the stretch.
But he only has 3 legs. How does he run?
Like a camera.
Look, Mr. Grogan. What? Grog, I don't want to appear difficult, but I don't cotton to this animal.
You don't? Well, you think it over, Harris, because I guarantee that if you buy this horse, you will be getting the fastest thing on 2 legs.
I know, but now he's got 2 legs.
Well, he really has 3, if you want to count the wooden one.
All right. Look, now, I don't want no racehorse. All I want is a pony for my child with 4 legs.
You got a child with 4 legs?
Look, if you can have a horse with 2 legs, I got a right to have a child with 4 legs. Now, do you have a pony for sale or don't you?
Well, no, I ain't got no ponies. Hey, wait a minute. There is a friend of mine has got a defunct circus in Cucamonga, see? And this guy, he's breaking up the outfit, he's selling all the animals, and maybe you can pick up one of his trick ponies.
Oh, yeah? Well, thank you, Grove. Thanks a lot. Come on, Remley. Well, look, Remley. We might as well forget about the pony because I haven't got time to go to Cucamonga. I got to pick up the kid's birthday cake and get home.
Well, you get the cake. I'll go out and get the pony.
Would you do that?
You can trust me, Curly.
All right, but look, now, when you get to the circus, remember I want a pet for the kids. So don't come back with the bearded lady, huh?
But, Phil, why are you getting a real pony? Where will we keep it?
Well, we got a big place here. We can keep it in the guest room.
Phil, don't be ridiculous. Besides, Mother's coming over to stay with us for a while. She'll be sleeping in the guest room.
So what? It's a double bed.
I don't know. Mother's not accustomed to having 4 cold feet on her back.
Well, don't worry, honey. We'll find a place for her. We'll build a stable.
For who? The horse or my mother?
They can toss for her. Now, if I wish Frankie'd get here, I'm anxious to see that pony he picked out, boy.
Phil, do you think you sent the right man?
Oh, now, don't worry, honey. If there's one thing that Remley knows about, it's horses. He won't have any trouble picking out a good pony. Come in.
Hi, Curly. Well, my mission is completed.
You got the pony, huh?
Well, not exactly, but I got the closest thing to it.
What did you get?
A kangaroo.
Kangaroo?
I knew it!
Oh, Remley, I told you to get a pony.
Well, I didn't have any more left. I didn't want to disappoint Phyllis, so I got her a kangaroo. I got it out on the porch. I'll call Zelda in.
Zelda?
Yeah. Here's Zelda. Come on, Zelda.
Oh, Phil, help! Do something! It's jumping all over the place!
Remley, get that Australian hop along out of here.
Oh, Frankie, stop with you jumping around. Do something! Throw her out!
You throw her out. She's dangerous when she's mad. The guy said the only thing will calm her down is music.
But we don't have any music.
Then you sing to her, Curly.
All right, anything to keep her quiet. Now sit down in the corner. Zelda, sit down in the corner and listen. Now listen. Now, Uncle Philsy's going to sing. You lucky kangaroo, you. Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion, 'cause it's good enough for me. It was good for Paul and Silas, it was good for Paul and Silas, it was good for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me. Show me that place by the river, that place by the river. Show me that place by the river on Jordan's sunny shore.
What said Daniel from the lions? Said Daniel from the lions. What up Daniel with the lions? He can start in telling me.
Well, it was that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped Daniel with the lions, it helped you set him free.
Well, if it's good enough for Daniel, then it's good enough for me. So
give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, it's good enough for me.
'Cause I'll be listening for Gabriel, I'll be listening for Gabriel, I'll be listening for Gabriel to blow on Judgment Day.
What helped David with Goliath? Help David with Goliath. What helped David slay Goliath? What was it set him free?
Well, it was that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion, that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped David with Goliath. It helped you set him free.
And if it's good enough for Davy, then it's good enough for me. Give me that old-time religion, old-time religion, that old-time religion, it's good enough for me.
Now what rescued Brother Jonah? What rescued Brother Jonah? What was it saved old Jonah from the belly of the whale?
Just that old-time religion, that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It saved Jonah from the whale, yes, it helped you set him free.
And if it's good enough for Joni, then it's good enough for me.
So give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, it's good enough for me. Well, give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, it's good enough for me. Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, it's good enough for me.
Yeah, that did it, Curly. Zelda's quiet now. Your singing did something to her.
Well, it figures. She's a female, ain't she? Oh, just look at her sitting there with her little pouch quivering.
And her front paws over her ears.
Don't be a critic, Zell. There's one thing I can't stand. It's a wise kangaroo.
Well, I'm not going to stay in the same house with that animal. I'm going upstairs, and you fellas get rid of that beast right now.
All right. Now, come on, Remley. Between the two of us, we can subdue her and get her out of the house.
All right.
Come here, Zelda.
Look out, Curly. She's kicking again.
Zelda, stop horsing her. Kangarooing around. Hey, Remley, we'll have to shove her in that closet until we can get somebody to take her away.
Curly, she don't want to go.
We got to put her in.
Well, we'll grab her and rush her in. You grab one side, I'll grab the other. You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Well, we got her in the closet.
Yeah, we got her in there, but now tell me something. Who are we going to get to take her out of this house?
I hadn't thought of that. Who can we get that would...
Anybody home? I brought the groceries.
Curly?
Yeah, the trainer just came in with a basket on his head.
Yeah, we'll get Julius to take her out.
Yeah, but how?
We'll tell him we got a dame for him in the closet. She wants to go out with him.
Yeah, with...
Miss Faye, put the groceries
Hey,
on.
hiya, Julius.
Are you home again? Don't you ever wake?
All right, kid, I got a right
Why
to
don't
be...
you look for a job and start sponging off your wife?
I hope Zelda kicks his brains out.
Julius, I'm going to do you a big favor. I'm going to arrange a date for you.
With what?
With one of my girlfriends. How'd you like that?
That depends. What does this anteater look like?
She doesn't look like an anteater.
No, but you're getting warm, kid. Julius, look, now, I don't blame you for being suspicious of Frankie's girlfriends, but this time, man, this is a pretty one, and if you don't believe me, you just take a look for yourself.
Well, that's fair enough. Where is she?
Right in this closet.
You keep her in a closet?
Yeah, Julius, because she's kind of shy and she doesn't like to be seen in the light.
Yeah, but if you talk nice to her, maybe she'll come out. Her name is Zelda. Go on in. Tell her I sent you.
Okay. Hey, it's kind of dark in here. Zelda. Where are you, Zelda? My name is Julius. Well, say something, Zelda. Oh, this Remley really gets him. Oh, Zelda, how would you like to go out with me tonight? Well, can't you turn the lights on? I'd like to see what this dame looks like.
Well, Julius, grab her by the arm and bring her out here.
Okay. Come on, Zelda. I want to take you out, and then we'll go... Oh!
What's the matter, Julius?
She kicked me in my little belly. No dame can do that to me.
Well, I don't blame you. Grab her and show her who's the boss.
You said it. No dame's going to make a monkey out of me. Come here, you. I'm going to take you and... Now, wait a minute, Zelda. That's a rough day. You're bruising me. Let go of me. I want you to get your paws off of me before... Paws? Hey, she's really got paws. Help, she's killing me. I got it. Help me now.
So quiet in there. What's supposed to happen?
I don't know, but I can't bear to look.
Well, I'll take a look. I'll turn the light on. Curly, Julius is gone.
Gone?
Zelda must have eaten him. Isn't that awful?
Yeah, poor Zelda will have heartburn all night. You know, it's too bad Julius had to go before tasting had a call. Julius, where are you?
Zelda put me in her pouch.
Oh, isn't that sweet? She thought he was one of her young.
What's the idea of trying to date me with a kangaroo?
You don't think a girl would go out with you, do you?
Hey, Curly, now we got Julius and the kangaroo going steady. What's our next step?
Open the front door.
Yeah.
Hi-ho, Zelda! Away!
Stop her! Stop her! Zelda, stop jumping! I'm getting seasick! Zelda, she's running away!
Don't get excited, kid. A kangaroo's like a homing pigeon. She'll go back to where she came from.
Where did she come from?
Australia. So long, son.
Follow my eyes. Don't forget the right, kid.
Folks, this is Phil, and I'd like to thank Bing Crosby for inviting me to his 10th annual Pro Amateur National Golf Tournament at Del Monte this year. And also thanks to my good friend Maury Luxford for pairing me with a great guy and a terrific golfer, Dutch Harrison. And thanks to Dutch, we won the Pro Amateur. And that was my biggest thrill, next to seeing the 39,000 fans turn out for Bing's tournament. And Bing, as he always does, turned over the entire proceeds. And this year, $40,000 went, thanks to Bing, to the community chest for youth centers and polio work. Good night, and thanks again, Bing.
Good night, champ.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Stan Freeberg, Sheldon Leonard, and Jerry Hausner. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Coming up, Hedda Hopper, then it's Theater Guild on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's Command Performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes, everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have, just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. So watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daley.
Say, not long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the Senor wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, you'll never get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear, but not the way you came in here. So prepare to die now. Then with a twist of a wrist, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice-cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my amapola. Then on my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdies sing. Hush it, rolled in on the river, hell, roll up, rolled in on the river, I made me vow when I was through there'll be a change in my love life. From now on, I swear, I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change of me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daley, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount studio. In fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, this will teach us a lesson. Oh, well. And now, fellows, Command Performance recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about Command Performance dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And, fellas, here they are. Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last the last time I was on Command Performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. In fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What did you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying, stamps, stamps, stamps.
Uh-huh.
And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying, 777.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were two of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
Thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up.
As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds, to Johnny Mans at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear, Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. There are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening. I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for a quarter.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the quarter cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one, and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that quarter one. You hear? I want that quarter cigar. I know you want that quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter. 2 dimes and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing shift said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On command performance, your credit is good. Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
The following program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, the beforehand lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early part of New Year's Eve, Eddie Cantor put on a show for the servicemen at the Hollywood Canteen. We turn back the clock and pick Eddie up as he's singing for the boys. G.I. Joe, he was with the show when the boys invaded France. He stopped the shell by chance and met romance in an ambulance. Cute Marie was a nurse and she stole Joey's heart away. While convalescing day by day, he'd look at her and say, oh, Frenchie, oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, although your language is so new to me. When you say we, la, la, we mean you and me, la, la. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you won my heart with your bravery. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your la, la, la for me. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you are the one gave themselves for me. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your ooh-la-las. They're just sweet la-la-las. Save your ooh-la-las for me. Fellas down here at the Hollywood Canteen, I'm glad you like the show. And now, if you really want to see the old year go out and the new year come in, I want to invite all of you over to my house at 1014 Roxbury Drive. What do you think? Harry Bonzell and I leave first to get things ready. So come on over, all of you men in uniform. Come on, Harry.
Okay, I'm ready, Eddie.
Come on, Nora.
I'm ready.
Come on, Leonard, let's go. What do you say, Hey, Eddie, will you be careful the way you're driving? Gee, I'm so excited. And you two kids in the back, Leonard and Nora, the way you're necking, you're not helping me one bit, you know.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Eddie, it was a swell show you put on tonight for all our fighting men. Yes, Harry, we had soldiers, sailors, Marines, aviators. In fact, we only missed one branch of our fighting men. Who was that? Tommy Dorsey couldn't show up. Oh. Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Harry? Oh, it sure was. Say, did you see the fellow who just got back from overseas dancing with Dorothy Lamour? Dancing? Did you say dancing? Yeah. When they finished jitterbugging, she was wearing his campaign ribbon. No. Oh, yeah. And she deserved them, you know. You know, she saw as much action as he did.
You know something, Eddie? During intermission, I tried to dance close to Carol Landis, but it was impossible, so I just danced.
I know. Why was it impossible to dance close to her?
There was a Marine in the middle.
You know, everybody talks about how the servicemen dance. Did you ever get a load of the women in the service, Harry?
Now, they really tossed you around.
You said it. I happened to dance with a Red Cross nurse, and when we got through, I needed her. Just before the music started, she got set in a rumba pose. In the front, she was all bent over, and from the back, she looked like she was trying to get away on furlough. By the way, Leonard, your music, really, kid, your music was wonderful tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. I sure had a swell time.
I could have enjoyed myself more if Leonard weren't so jealous. He kept watching me every time I danced with a soldier or Marine.
Well, sure, I was worried. The only time I didn't have to watch her was when she danced with a sailor.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't you watch her then?
I had to watch the sailor.
I don't blame you.
Guys, I sure got embarrassed watching. You see, I don't know how to dance, so Nora and I just had to stand on the floor with our arms around each other. And you know something?
What?
It's better that way.
Oh, I'm so anxious for Leonard to know how to dance. I asked him to go to Arthur Murray's, but he refused.
Well, why, Leonard?
Well, how would you like to learn how to dance with Arthur Murray?
No. You don't understand, Leonard. Arthur Murray teaches dancing, but he also has hundreds of girls.
Well, gee, then how does he find time to teach dancing?
Leonard, did you ever have a talk with your mother about life?
Oh, yes, and now we subscribe to it. It's kind, too. Click and take and...
Will you please?
Oh, Mr. Cantor, isn't this your house, 1014 Roxbury Drive?
1014, yes.
That's it.
Let's go out and get into action.
Here
Come
we
on,
go.
kid. Anybody home?
Hello? Hello?
How do you do? What are you doing in the dining room? Why aren't you in the kitchen?
I am having trouble with the cook. Well, Russia, the cook is young and beautiful. That's my trouble. I hate.
Russia, will you get in the kitchen and prepare the food?
Not me, no, sir. I'm leaving. Your house is too big. Running upstairs, downstairs, up the attic, down the basement. I'm all worn out from running.
Yeah, but Russia, why do you have to run?
The cook is not standing still, you know. Now, listen here, Russian. Listen to me. Eddie's got guests to serve out there. Now, you go back in there and make up with the cook.
Never.
Never. She insulted me. She refused to permit me to make my specialty. Turnovers with tartar sauce.
Turnovers with it. Is it good?
Good? Once in old Russia, I cooked my special turnovers for Prince Romanov. Oh, well, what happened? 2 weeks after he died, he was still turning over. I told you, Eddie. Look, Russian, I don't think you know anything about cooking at all. But most, yes. I wrote a book on recipes.
Yes?
In poetry. Part 1, page 1.
Go ahead.
There once was a butcher named Hutton, whose wife was a glutton for mutton. He sneaked up behind her, pushed her in the grinder. No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton, no nothing.
No mutton, no glutton.
No Russian, I quit.
Wait a minute. Russian, you can't quit now. It's the night of my party.
I, sir, tender my resignation. And if it's tender enough, yes, I'll eat it.
Oh, get out of here, Russian, please. Oh, darn that Russian trying to kiss all my cooks. A fine mess that leaves me in. Oh, Nora.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Listen, honey. Go into the living room and sing a couple of songs for the boys.
All right.
I've got to get busy and get some help for the party. The Russian and the cook both walked out.
Walked out? Why?
Well, the cook got mad at the Russian for what he did, and the Russian got mad at the cook for what she didn't.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Nora, will you?
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
That pretty cook of yours just came back.
Oh, good, Harry. Where is she?
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah. I thought you said she just came back.
Yeah, well, she just came back for a bottle of Touche, the beforehand lotion.
And get her what? Trouchet. T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. Trouchet.
I know how to spell Trouchet, but what about the cook?
Cook. C-O-O-K.
No. Harry, don't be so smart.
Well, I'm not being smart, Eddie, but the cook is being smart. Coming back for that bottle of Trouchet.
You call that being smart?
Why, certainly. She knows, like so many busy women, that Trouchet is just the thing to use to help keep her hands soft and lovely in spite of hot soapy water. And Trouchet will really do that because Trouchet is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. Trouchet is a beforehand lotion. A lotion that you put on your hands before you put them in hot soapy water. Trouchet's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough drying effects of the hot soapy water. Help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So why not do what thousands of lovely women are doing to help keep their hands beautiful? Begin today to use Trouchet.
All right, Harry. You've convinced me that my cook was smart and Trouchet is wonderful.
Good.
But right now, try to see if you can find anyone we can hire to help in the kitchen. Someone to cook.
Someone to cook?
Yeah.
Eddie, you've got 5 daughters living right here in the house.
Harry, if they could cook, do you think they'd still be living in this house?
Well, I tell you what let's do. Let's go in and hear Nora sing to the boys.
Oh, yes. Let's do that, huh?
Okay.
Here she goes.
Getting along fine here, but somebody should be fixing refreshments. What are you going to do?
Look, Harry, I put in a call for Jack Benny to see if I can borrow Rochester.
Oh, good. Well, I hope Jack's home.
Yeah, I hope so. I know last New Year's Eve he went to Ciro's, you know.
Yeah. Ciro's? That's $15 a head. Don't tell me Jack Benny paid that.
No. Leave it to Benny. When he found out it was $15 a head, he got down on his hands and knees and backed in. Oh, this must be Benny. Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Yeah. Say, Jack, I hate to bother you on New Year's Eve, but I wanted to ask you a little favor. Hello? Huh? Rochester, put Mr. Benny back on the phone. Tell him it's not money. What a coward. Look, Jack, I brought a lot of servicemen over here from the canteen, and I need someone to help me with the sandwiches and refreshments. In fact, I'm even willing to pay $5. No, Jack, you shouldn't leave your guests for that. No. Jack, look, would you let me borrow Rochester? He's busy what? Shampooing your hair. Well, let him bring it with him. We'll dry it and send it back tomorrow. You will send Rochester, right? Oh, thanks, Jack. You're a pal. Send him to my house. 1014 Roxbury Drive. Harry. Harry.
Here I am, Eddie. I was just getting my baby so he can pin the 1945 banner across his chest.
Good. Everything's going to work out. Rochester's coming over to help, and at 12 o'clock we'll bring Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. out as the New Year's baby.
Yeah. Gosh, my kid's first New Year's.
You're going to be the New Year's baby for all the servicemen. What do you think of that, little fella? There goes that goo again. He says nothing else. I wonder what he's trying to say when he says goo, Harry, huh?
Goo. Look at me with this New Year's banner. Now they've got the pin things on my chest. Oh, I get it. 1945. That's the new year. It'll be a big year for me, too. I'll have teeth. When I have teeth, I can stop that nasty habit of sucking my thumb. I'll be able to bite my nails. Honey, Popeye's hair ain't gray. I bet he touches it up. I like Popeye, except the way he plays. I wished he'd stop throwing me up in the air. Either that or start catching me. Popeye likes me. For Christmas, he gave me a piggy bank, and on the bottom it said, "One fill, bring to the bank. 1014 Roxbury Drive." Wish it was 12 o'clock so the new year would be here. It'll be a big year for me. I'll be learning to walk and to talk. All I can say now is, goo. Oh, well, that's better than nothing. So happy goo year, everybody. Happy goo year.
Harry, put the baby back in his crib until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then you can go in with Leonard and Nora and help entertain the boys.
Oh, there's somebody at the door, Eddie.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Well, what do I do? Where do I do it? And how much do I do it for?
Same old Rochester. Rochester, why don't you take advantage of the new year and turn over a new leaf?
Oh, I made up some New Year's resolutions. First of all, I'm going to stop shooting craps.
Wonderful, Rochester.
And I ain't going to tell a single lie.
That's fine.
Unless it's because I've been out shooting craps.
Shame on you. Let me tell you something about telling the truth, Rochester. There was once a great American, George Washington.
George Washington? He lives next door to me.
No. Rochester, the George Washington I'm talking about was a president. The George Washington that lived next door to you must be a duplicate.
Duplicate? He's a carbon copy.
Well, Rochester, it's getting late, so here's $5. I want you to go to the drugstore, get 2 dozen Cokes, a couple of quarts of ice cream, and a carton of cigarettes.
Carton of what?
Cigarettes.
You may not know it, but you got your best joke right there.
Say, Harry, it looks like I'm going to have to give Rochester a hand in the kitchen. Can you do something to entertain the boys?
Oh, well, I do swell imitations. Here, listen to this. Al Jolson.
That's an imitation of Al Jolson?
He's got a cold. I have an imitation of a man getting up in the morning.
Yeah?
Listen to this one, Eddie.
Well, Harry, where's the imitation?
Don't you get it? The guy felt lousy after New Year's Eve, so he stays in bed.
That's ridiculous, Harry.
Well, you're right there, Eddie. Feeling bad and not wanting to get up in the morning is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when it's so easy to feel better.
Just what do you mean?
Well, you know, Eddie, one glass of sparkling sal hepatica can make a man feel a lot better when he wakes up in the morning, feeling out of sorts and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
it's wonderful the way you help people feel better. But you know another way for you to help people feel better?
What, Eddie?
No more of your imitation. Oh. Remember that, huh? Wait a minute. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's no use. You I'm not talking to.
Russell, will you stop pouting? Why don't you come back? You can help Rochester in the kitchen.
Help Rochester? We couldn't work together because I wouldn't be able to understand a word he's saying.
Yeah, why not?
That man is speaking with a dialect.
What do you think you speak with? I say, what do you think you speak with?
A southern drawl.
Now, Russell, will you stop being stubborn and come back?
Cantor, we shall never be reconciled. Because of my southern drawl, I got a job on a different radio program.
A different program? What's the name of it?
We Are the People.
Russian! Oh, well, let him quit, Harry. Thank goodness Jack loaned us Rochester to help us.
Yeah, that was sure nice of Jack.
Well, why not? After all, Jack, Benny, and I grew up doing favors for each other. Why, when we were kids, Harry, if Jack had a date and didn't have enough money to take his girl out, he'd come to me.
And you'd lend him the money?
No, I'd take his girl out.
What you mean?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Did you get everything from the store?
Yes, sir. Here's the ice cream. Here's the Coca-Cola.
Yes?
And here's some cigarettes.
And Rochester, where's my change?
And here's the ice cream.
I know. My change, Rochester.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Where is my change?
Oh, they didn't have none of that.
Rochester, I want you to answer one question. Where is my change?
There's a question I'd like to kick around a while with information, please.
Rochester, what I sent you for cost $4. Now, what happened to the other $1?
Well, it was an embarrassing situation. After all, Mr. Cantor, I couldn't let that stranger buy me a drink without me buying him a drink.
When did a stranger buy you a drink?
Right after I bought him a drink.
That is the most far-fetched thing I ever heard. Now, get busy in the kitchen while I go in and see how the gang is making out. Hey, Helen, Hey, wait a minute. Hiya, fellas. I'm sorry I've been busy in the kitchen most of the night.
Hey, Cantor.
Yes, Sailor. Ain't you from New York? Sure, I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. Brooklyn.
Yeah?
New York is right near it.
And where are you from, soldier? I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm a Pennsylvanian, too.
Yeah?
I'm from the greatest state in the world, Texas.
Yeah, what about Michigan? Hey, what about it? Wait a minute, what's your home state, young fella? Oklahoma, sir. Yeah.
That's where Illinois.
How about Wisconsin? Hey, Wisconsin's a good state. Hey, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's make a game of this. I'd like to have you boys sing a song that has the name of your state in it. Don't worry about the music. Leonard Susan and his men will pick it up. Come on, you guys from Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania polka. Pick up your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka. Down by the Ohio. The later I get back to Ohio.
Back home again in Indiana, through the fields I used to roam.
Oh, the weatherman comes sweeping down the plain. You're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. And then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama round. And don't forget the stars at night, the big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas.
Hey, soldier, why aren't you singing?
I'm from Rhode Island. We got no song.
Wait a minute. We'll get you one. Poor little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon.
But I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans hear Faye. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the night and cool little Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus. Oh, little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go. Way back east where they got snow. Oh, little Rhode Island, that's the place for me.
Rochester, everybody's gone. Party's over. It was a big success, thanks to you. Now, will you help me clean up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor. I'd like to stay, but I got to go to a New Year's Eve party of my own.
Well, what time do you have to be there?
Don't make no difference. This one started last New Year's.
Oh, so that party's been going on since 1943. Tell me, Rochester, will the same gang still be there?
Just about. Of course, the draft board necessitated a few replacements.
That's very sad.
We got the hole slit in the window waiting for him to come back.
Rochester, I'll do anything in the world if you stay and help me with this mess. I'll even get down on my knees and beg you.
Mr. Cantor, if you get down on your knees, don't beg me, bathe me.
All right, if that's what you want, Rochester, I have some dice.
Go ahead, boy. Never thought I'd get a crack at a millionaire. Well, Mr. Cantor, that's $200,000.
$200,000?
Don't worry, Mr. Cantor, I'm good for it.
Oh, I'm sure you are, Rochester.
Good night, Mr. Cantor.
Good night, Rochester.
Before I go, Mr. Cantor, about them dice, are you sure they was on the level?
Why, certainly, Rochester. There was nothing phony about those dice.
Well, it's the first time I ever run up against a rug that was floated.
Happy New Year, Rochester!
Each Wednesday with you, as friends of friends. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Be sure to listen in next week when we bring you a show full of surprises, including those famous Andrews sisters. Now for an important message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are convoys loaded with desperately needed war materials that are not sailing because the ships need experienced seamen. We must get those supplies to our fighting men. First mates, second mates, able-bodied seamen and oilers are needed, and needed now. Wire collect, U.S. Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Get those convoys sailing so they can bring our men back faster. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody. See you next week.
Say, Mother, if Junior is suffering from a cold, don't worry about it. Kids under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group. But be sure and do something about it. Get a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on the back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat, too. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linen. And Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. So why not get a jar of this modern chest rub? Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company, KFI, Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing You Were Only Fooling.
You were only fooling, but I was falling in love. It's a story as old as Adam and Eve. I was making love, but you were making believe. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedan, Westinghouse laundromat, From Silver Fox scarf, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address, and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
In this great land of ours, there are three glorious American traditions shared by nearly every family, which have truly transformed America into the land of hope. They are freedom of speech, the right to vote, and the rich relative. Now, to our friend Mrs. Anderson, the last of these has always seemed the most important, since in the Anderson household, the right to vote is exercised but once a year, and freedom of speech is limited strictly to Mrs. Anderson. So we can understand her excitement this morning as she bursts in on her spouse, clutching a letter in her hand.
Herbert!
What's up, passion flower?
Look, this letter. Remember my dear, rich, sweet, darling, loaded Aunt Prunella with the $2 million? Guess what?
She passed away?
No, she's feeling fine.
Oh, my deepest sympathies.
Herbert, is that anything to say? You know I'm glad Aunt Punella's well. I hope she lives to be 90.
How old is she now? 89?
No. Now listen. She writes she's going to be out this way. I haven't seen her in 25 years, and she's never met you. You're going to wire her to come and live with us for as long as she likes.
Live with us? But, Poopsie, you don't even like the woman. I've heard you say yourself that she's an old drip.
Yes, but let's not forget what she's dripping with. And this is our big chance to get into that will, but good.
But, Poopsie, there isn't even any place for her to sleep, unless you move Dennis out of his room and give her that.
Are you crazy? I wouldn't give Dennis's room to a dog. She's going to sleep in your room, and you're going to sleep in Dennis's room.
Our young hero, of course, is at this point blissfully unaware of his impending dispossession. We find him in his room looking at a newspaper as Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Going through the help wanted ads again?
Oh, no. This is just a copy of my old high school paper. I saved it because my picture was on the front page.
Oh, really? Let's see. Gosh, you look very handsome.
Oh, sure. Cameras don't lie.
But all it says under the picture is, this is Dennis Day of the freshman class.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, the fact that you were in the freshman class doesn't sound like front page news.
It is when you've been in it for 5 years.
Oh. And is your picture in all these other papers, too?
Oh, no. I saved them because my sports articles are in them. I used to be a sports reporter for the paper.
Honestly?
Sure. I was really good, too. Listen to this. At 2 this afternoon, Hooperstown High and Jackson High clashed in the most vicious contest these old eyes have ever seen. It was man against man, heart versus heart, in a grim, bitter struggle which saw each player push himself beyond the limits of human endurance, regardless of consequences. I wrote that.
Why, Dennis, that's wonderful.
Well, it was a pretty exciting checker game.
Oh. Well, my goodness, Dennis, if you can write like that, why don't you try and get a job on the Weaverville Bugle?
You mean with a real newspaper?
Well, why not? Someday you might even have a column of your own. Give me one good reason why you couldn't be a Fulton Lewis Jr.
Of course, his mother saw Fulton Lewis Sr. first. Oh, it's silly, Mildred. Do you think a newspaper would really hire me?
All you need is confidence in yourself. Go into that editor's office and tell him you're the greatest newspaper man in the world. The star reporter of all time.
By golly, maybe you're right. I've seen enough newspaper men in the movies. I'll act just like one. I'll take a couple of sips of cleaning fluid, stagger in, and hiccup right in his face.
And you say you'd like a job with my paper, young man.
That's right, pal. Scoop Day is the name. Greatest reporter who ever lived. If it's stories you want, I'll dig them up for you.
I see. So you're a leg man, eh?
Pardon?
I said, so you're a leg man.
Oh, no, sir. Even if I was, it wouldn't do me much good with the new look.
You did say that, didn't you?
Say what?
Let it go. I couldn't possibly have heard right. Well, tell me about your experience, Mr. Day. Have you ever been on a daily sheet?
Oh, no. We change ours only once a week.
You know something, Mr. Day? You're beginning to fascinate me.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, a good reporter should be well up on the world situation today. What have you to say on the subject of, say, Russia?
Russia?
Yes. Tell me about Russia.
It gets very cold there.
Just the stuff our readers want. Anything else on Russia?
Well, just that it's good there is a Russia because there are so many Russians that if there weren't a Russia, where would they all go?
They don't call you Scoops for nothing, do they? Now, what do you know about Japan?
Well, Japan is different from Russia.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's much warmer and has fewer Russians.
How few people have ever noticed that. You're a sharp one, Scoop.
Oh, I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Yes, but I still get the feeling there must be a leak somewhere. Oh, forget it. This is fun. I was going to ask you a question about the Berlin situation, but I know just what you'd say. That he's written better songs than anyone else in the business.
Well, he has, hasn't he?
He has indeed. And now, suppose we turn to politics for a while, huh?
Well, I really don't know much about politics as I do about the farm stuff.
Oh, come now. No modesty, Sue.
No, really. Why don't you try me on sports?
Oh, please, Mr. Day. I'm conducting this interview, and I feel you'd be much funnier on politics. Now, tell me, what do you think President Truman's chances are of being reelected this November?
Oh, go on. You know very well he's been reelected already.
Why, Scoops, you shocked me. You knew that, huh?
Certainly. And I know who lost, too. Dewey.
This is very disappointing.
And I know why. It's just as well he did lose.
Huh? But maybe this is something. Why?
Because now he can go back and finish capturing Manila.
I knew it. You've rallied.
When do I start work, huh? When?
Mr. Day, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. You've given me the most enjoyable afternoon of my life, but I just can't see my way clear to putting you on the staff.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Day. It's been awfully frightening to have met you.
Wait, please. There must be something I can do on the paper, some assignment I can...
Excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. Yes, sir?
You the editor here? I got a complaint. My name is Homer Applegate, and I sent in a letter to the Lovelorn column 2 weeks ago, and I ain't had no answer.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, our advice to the Lovelorn editor left us a few weeks ago to go to Reno for a divorce. And, we haven't been able to replace her yet.
But I got a problem. I wrote in saying my initials are H.A., and I want to know what to do about my wife. How much longer do I have to go on living like a dog?
Oh, now, I'm sure you're exaggerating, Mr. Applegate.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, take a look at this sandwich she made for my lunch.
My goodness, a spoonful of strong heart between two puppy biscuits.
Yeah, I want an answer to that letter. You understand?
Well, we'll do our best, Mr. Applegate, but you see, we haven't been able to find anyone with the weird type of mind necessary to... Wait a minute. It's warmer and has fewer Russians. And, Mr. Applegate, your answer will be in the paper tomorrow.
You mean I won't have to live this kind of a life no more?
It's a promise, and here's my paw on it. And now excuse me, please.
Yeah, oh, okay, pal.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, sir.
Good. My boy, I've interviewed you on foreign affairs and politics. Now I want to speak to you of love.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already engaged.
No, but I think I have a job for you. How would you like to be head of your own department on my editorial staff?
Boy, oh boy, with my own office?
You bet. And on the door, it'll say in gilt letters, private, Miss Abigail Allen.
Gee, you think I'm built right for a sign like that?
Of course. You're going to be our advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Oh, my gosh. stay right here. I'll be back in a minute with a copy of what every young boy should know.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in a moment or two. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of I'd Love to Live in Loveland.
I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, and every day a holiday with skies of baby blue, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you.
Well, our young hero is now Miss Abigail Allen, in charge of the Lovelorn column on Weaverville's leading daily. But let's leave him for a moment and return to the Anderson house, from which a Western Union boy is now running madly away after delivering a telegram to Mrs. Anderson.
You hear, Herbert? Aunt Prunella coming to see us. You hear, Herbert? Yippee! Woohoo!
Okay, please calm yourself. Don't get so head up.
Who's head up?
After all, kissing the Western Union boy that way.
I can't help it. She's my favorite aunt and just loaded with my favorite stuff. The wire didn't say when she'd arrive, though, did it?
No, just soon. That could...
Well, come on. We've got to get busy moving you into Dennis's room and Dennis into the cellar.
All right, Cockle Shell.
Incidentally, where's he been keeping himself? I've seen very little of him lately.
Oh, I don't know. He has some mysterious job he won't tell anyone about. Just hints that he's making money by using his head.
Really? Wonder if he made a deal for it with some medical school.
Gee, it was nice of you to ask me over to your office, Dennis. I think it's just beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Mildred.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. How do you like being Abigail Allen?
Well, it's kind of confusing sometimes. I never know which room to use when I want to wash my hands.
Oh, silly.
But I may not have that problem much longer. The boss said he didn't like my first column yesterday and it would have to improve. That's really why I asked you to come over here.
Oh? Well, maybe I can help. Read me what you wrote yesterday that the boss didn't like.
Okay. Here's the first letter I got. Dear Miss Abigail, a few years ago I met a man who told me he was all alone in the world, and I said so was I, so we got married. Then when he moved in, he presented me with 7 kids by a previous marriage. It's not that I mind him lying, but we have very little room on account of the 6 kids I had. Now, my problem is, his 7 kids and my 6 kids are always beating up our 4 kids. What'll I do? Sign lonely.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what did you tell her?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Dear Lonely, I suggest you have 5 more children immediately. According to my adding machine, you now have 17 kids. 5 more will give you 22, or enough for 2 football teams, which will keep the kids occupied. This will leave you and your husband free to raise another team to play the winner.
That's what you wrote?
Seems like pretty solid advice, doesn't it?
Read another one.
Okay, listen. Dear Miss Abigail, my initials are H.A., and my wife is leading me a dog's life. For 24 years, she has browbeat me something terrible. I want to be a man and have some respect around the house. Please advise me. Signed, Bewildered.
Oh, I hope... Dennis, wait a minute. What were those initials again?
H.A.
And he says he's been married 24 years?
Yeah.
Dennis, you don't think that... I mean, could that letter possibly be from Daddy?
Your father?
Well, his initials are H.A., and he's been married 24 years.
Yeah, but this letter says his wife browbeats him, and his... Well, he says he wants to be a man, and your father's a... Gee, now I know how they can hang a man on circumstantial evidence.
Dennis, it's got to be Daddy. How did you answer it?
Oh, I'll read it. Dear Bewildered, your wife's love has obviously cooled, and you must rekindle the flame by making her jealous. Hire some other woman to come into your home, on a strictly business basis, of course. And when your wife sees a strange woman sitting across the breakfast table from her every morning, she might get the idea that you have an outside interest.
Oh. Well, thank heaven you advised something so ridiculous. He'll never do anything like that.
You don't think so? I'm worried.
Well, don't be. He knows if he ever did such a thing, it wouldn't only make Mother jealous. She'd break up their home.
Yeah, all over him.
That's funny. Nobody home. I wonder where the folks went, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know. Notice how clean the place looks, though? You don't suppose your father's expecting company, do you?
I told you not to worry about that silly advice you gave. Come on, let's go out in the kitchen and fix some hot chocolate.
Okay, I'll have some rye crisp with mine.
Oh, you answer it, Dennis. I'll be in the kitchen.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Prunella Wilkins. Of course, you couldn't possibly be Herbert Anderson at your age.
Oh, no, ma'am. I won't even be him at his age. I'm Dennis Day. I live here.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get along fine when I move in.
When you're moving in?
Why, certainly. Herbert Anderson wired and asked me to live here.
Holy smoke, so he is a dope.
I beg your pardon?
Excuse me a minute. I'll be right back. Have a seat. Mildred, my advice. She's out there. The woman. Your father sent for her. Oh, I tell you, there's no fool like an old fool when he listens to a young fool.
Dennis, are you serious?
She's here, Mildred, ready to take up residence with 2 suitcases. Probably full of seductive black lace red flannels to wear to breakfast.
Dennis, we've got to get rid of her before Mother gets back. It's our only chance. Tell her something, anything to get her out of here.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry to have kept you waiting, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I'm rather tired. Do you happen to know where I'll be staying here?
No, it's kind of hard to tell. The last one he invited is under the rose bush. There's 2 under the garage floor, and a couple of them he just ran through the mixmaster.
What? What did you say?
Oh, didn't you know about Mr. Anderson's hobby?
Why, no. What hobby?
Oh, he's sort of an amateur butcher. Not the kind that cuts up steers or chickens. He kind of specializes.
Specializes?
Yeah, only people. May I take your coat, please?
Young man, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying?
Don't believe me, huh? Didn't you notice the front lawn as you came in?
What about it?
You don't think grass ever got that green from Bigelow, do you? May I take your coat?
No, you must be mad. Why, Clara wouldn't... She couldn't marry a man who...
Who do you think helps him with his work?
Clara Anderson?
Better known in undertaking circles as Crocum Good Clara, the Cleaver Kid.
No.
Yep, she cuts them and he grades them.
Now I know you're crazy. And if you think I'd stay in this house another instant with a madman...
Well, sorry to see you go, lady, but if that's the way you...
Dennis, why have you got all the lights burnt? Aunt Prudy!
Huh?
Darling, you're here.
Don't you come near me, Clara Anderson. Now that I see you in a strong light, this boy could be telling the truth.
What?
Why, Aunt Prunella, you keep away from me, too, you croaker, you. Me? I'm in the furniture business. I won't stay in this house one single second. I might have known you'd turn out this way, Clara Anderson.
Aunt Prunella,
as a child, you used to pour ink into the goldfish bowl so the poor things couldn't see where they were swimming.
But I was the one...
I'm getting out of here before I wind up a pot roast. Goodbye.
You know, Mrs. Anderson, it's possible I made some sort of a slight mistake.
You... Mm-hmm. I might have known. What did you do? Come on, tell me, what did you do?
Gosh, I didn't know she was your aunt, Mrs. Anderson. I just wanted to save your marriage because I'm Abigail Allen, and I saw the letter Mr. Anderson wrote, and I thought
Wait a second. Did you say the letter I wrote?
Sure. Aren't you bewildered?
That's putting it mildly. I don't know whether I'm...
Well, I know what this one is doing. He's going.
Now, wait, Mrs. Anderson. We can call her back and straighten the whole thing out. I told her there were bodies under the front lawn. Tomorrow she can dig up the lawn for herself, and naturally she won't find any bodies there.
Oh, she won't,
All right, so one puny little body.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers, only 59 cents. With George Dooning and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Until.
There are no stars to shine. There's no such thing as time. I love the view until there are no songs to sing. There's no such thing as spring. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are oh so heavenly until there is no moon above. There's no such thing as love. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are oh so heavenly until there is no moon above. There's no such thing as love. I love but you.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you K. Dumit's Magic Blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Milwaukee famous presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the Brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz. The taste so many people prefer has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. And now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. On almost any campus, Saturday morning is an occasion for late rising, eager preparations for various forms of violent relaxation and assorted escapes from academic confinement. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, also appreciates the boundless promise of the day. But even more, he appreciates his beautiful wife, Victoria, to whom he's saying,
"A fine Victorian hand has been at work this morning, my sweet.
What is it?
I have just been in my study, prepared to straighten out innumerable small confusions, and I find that everything is dreadfully in order. I shall be weeks recovering that chaos, which I always hope gives visitors the proper impression of midnight oil squandered and toil unremitting."
Was I wrong to do it? It looked as though the wires had broken on a bale of waste paper.
Yes, I know. It must be rather frustrating for a conscientious homebody to have a husband who conducts his official affairs with the happy abandon of a mouse in a wastebasket.
What does that make me, a mousewife?
Mousewife, very charming.
Yes, charming.
But would you prefer to have a husband with a neat study and a disorderly mind, or one with an orderly mind and a study which looks as though it was swept out each evening by an ill-tempered man on a bulldozer?
I'll settle for the neat fella with the ill-tempered mouse. Now, shall I go back in and nasty up the tidiness?
Oh, no, dear, thank you. But, may I ask what brought on this outburst of domestic order?
It's Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. Is that an explanation or just a flat, irrelevant statement?
Why, it's very logical. Saturdays, I sort the laundry.
Oh, of course, yes. Laundry. Mm-hmm. Now, let me see. Mental association. Clean sheets of paper, ergo, clean study. Of course, darling, the logic is inescapable.
That's your logic, not mine.
Well, what's yours, starting with This Is Saturday?
Well, very well. Now, this is Saturday. Saturday, I sort the laundry. And Mr. Jessup, who delivers the laundry, always reminds me of the little man we asked to take our picture on London Bridge.
London Bridge. No, please proceed. I am fascinated by your mental processes.
Well, it follows quite naturally. I was reminded of that picture, and all of a sudden I wanted to look at it again. And I knew you had it someplace in your study, so I went to look for it. And I bumped into your chessboard and I knocked off some of the pieces. And I felt so guilty, I thought I'd make up for it by straightening out your study. You see?
Yes. Yes, of course. A simple chain of events easily followed by anyone. Particularly the seventh son of a seventh son, born with a caul, proficient with the Ouija board, and gifted with second sight. Anyway, I do thank you. As Ben Franklin said in his Poor Richard, if you want a neat wife, choose her on a Saturday.
Oh. You may have chosen me on a Saturday, dear, but you proposed on a Wednesday.
Well, the sight of you, having always made me deliriously weak in the middle, it was only logical that I should take such a delirious step in the middle of the week. And now, a brief farewell, my love.
Yeah, farewell? What, are you running away and joining the gypsies just because your study's neat?
No. I have some matters to clear up at the administration office.
Oh.
If Mr. Wellman calls, tell him I have left for Upper Rhodesia with my butterfly net. To look for the rare Flitterensis peculiarina.
Are you expecting Mr. Wellman to call?
No, but that's when he always does call. He is a living inadvertence, alert for the unpropitious.
Well, I'll tell him you said so if I can remember it, which I doubt. Now, come on, I'll go to the door with you and pick up the mail, huh?
Ah, what a crisp, lovely day.
You sure you don't want to change your mind and stay home, Toddy? That new 2-volume Thomas Jefferson you ordered came yesterday.
No. Don't tempt me, my sweet. Ah, look at them, Vicky. The Harriers of the cross-country team. There's nothing more graceful than a foot runner who has hit his stride.
Well, they must like what they're doing. I can't imagine any other reason for running down the street in your undies in the middle of winter. You know, they look like fugitives from a press-while-you-wait shop.
Coach Simmons seems to think we have a good chance against Bradford next month, thanks to Bruce Dillon.
Dillon? Oh, isn't he the long-distance man?
Just distance, darling.
Oh.
Long distance is usually a woman. Well, at any rate, Bruce Dillon is the best 2-miler Ivy's ever had.
Oh, look at that poor little perisher. They've left him way behind.
No, dear, the others moved ahead. That's Wally Lovett.
Oh, yeah, I know him. Don't they call him Tag-along?
Yes, but he makes up in eagerness and perseverance what he lacks in ability. Hello there, Wally.
Oh. Morning, Dr. Hall. Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Well, now, we didn't mean you to stop, Wally. Aren't you being timed or something?
5 minutes won't make much difference one way or the other. They don't use a stopwatch on me. Just an hourglass full of wet sand. Haven't got my stride yet. And my breath's a little short.
Oh, it'll get better when you catch your second wind, Wally.
That's what the coach is always telling me. But I'm still working on my first wind. Does that sound right to you?
Sounds as though your fan belt's broken. Now, how can you tell when it's your first or second wind?
I wouldn't know. I never had a second wind. But they tell when you've forgotten your arms and legs and you don't know you're breathing and you don't feel anything and don't care, then you've got your second wind.
Or else you're dead. Wally, tell me, if running is as painful for you as it sounds, why do you do it?
I like it.
No further questions?
Of course, I'd like it a whole lot better if I could come in someplace before last, just once.
Well, if determination and faithful practice have anything to do with it, I'm sure you'll have your reward, Wally.
Well, it's a cinch. I'm not going to get any better just talking about it. Besides, I guess I've given the other fellows enough of a head start. Joke. And away I go. Bye.
Bye. No, he reminds me of a rag dolly. He doesn't run, he just flaps. Is he really going to try and catch up with the other boys?
Try, yes, but he won't, and he knows he won't. But that isn't what's most important to him right now. He's still looking for his second wind. And when he's found that, Vicky, he's won his first prize. Vicky, you home?
Hello, darling. Have a good morning.
Wonderful. And worked up a tremendous appetite. What do we have for lunch?
Mr. Wellman, I'm afraid.
Oh. How are we having him? Sautéed or scalloped?
Well, he was scorched when he arrived, and by now I think he's burned to a crisp. He brought the track coach with him, and
I'm waiting, Dr. Hall. In fact, I've been waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wellman.
Not to mention the fact that Coach Simmons has been waiting also. 2.
Hello, Mr. Simmons.
How are you, Dr. Hall?
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm sick. Sick of de-emphasis. It's all you hear. De-emphasis here, de-emphasis there. What's the matter with emphasis?
I think, Mr. Wellman, that perhaps
You told me what you think, Simmons, and Dr. Hall has told everybody what he thinks, and nobody's thinking about the boy. 1 minute we tell him, go, get him, beat him. Next we tell him, no, don't, stop. Well, I say go. And may the best man win. Well,
I agree with you, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, no, you don't. All this, there's about too much emphasis on athletics. Wurzelweed. That is, weasel words. Look what it's done. We're not cheering our boys on. We're discouraging them.
But, Mr. Wellman, I saw a whole flock of boys out running this morning, and they didn't look discouraged. Unless you're speaking of Wally Lovett, and he was only trying to get his second win.
Lovett. Ha! And that's another thing, Simmons. You keep a deadhead like Lovett on the team and let Dillon go.
Well, I can't do anything about Lovett, Mr. Wellman. I know he's lousy, but I like him.
And he likes to run. But what's this about Bruce Dillon?
It's a disgrace. That's all a disgrace.
Dr. Hall, I wouldn't have come to you about Dillon, but Mr. Wellman insisted.
Suggested, Simmons, suggested.
Well, yes. Suggested on an or-else basis. You see, Dillon has dropped off the track team, Dr. Hall.
Well, that is bad news.
Did he give you any reason, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, and one I never thought I'd live to hear. He feels that he's been wasting precious time that he came to Ivy to study. He's studying all right. He's out to make straight A's or bust.
Ha, ha. How do you like that, Dr. Hall?
If I didn't like the idea of a student trying to make good grades, Mr. Wellman, I'd have to resign my position. I must admit that it's good to hear of a runner who wants to toe the mark scholastically.
Well, perhaps the real significance of this has escaped you, Dr. Hall. A very fine athlete has been so de-emphasized, he's turned into nothing but a student.
Poor boy, you make him sound utterly depraved.
I didn't say that, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you implied that, Mr. Wellman, but perhaps we misunderstood you.
My compliments, Dr. Hall, for admitting the possibility. If I haven't made myself clear, then I don't understand myself. And if I don't, why don't I? Because I put the interests of Ivy before myself. And if you and Simmons can't see what's happening right under your... And that's all I have to say.
Look, Dr. Hall, a coach can push a boy a little now and then, but he's got to know when to stop, or he'll just shove him on his face. If Dillon doesn't want to run, I don't want him. No matter how good he is, if he feels that way, he's still no good to me.
Maybe not to you, Simmons, but don't stand there and tell me Bruce Dillon isn't good for Ivy. That he isn't the best man we've ever... That he hasn't a chance. He might even go to Helsinki for the Olympic Games. Helsinki, that is. No, Helsinki.
Well, Mr. Wellman, Dillon has made his decision, and I believe that each individual student must determine for himself his reason for being here. This is not a question of de-emphasizing anything. It's simply a matter of placing the emphasis where it properly belongs.
Well, I don't belong here, Dr. Hall. Obviously, I'm a minority in this matter, but thank goodness I'm a minority with the majority on my side. Goodbye.
I must admit there's one thing I admire about Mr. Wellman. He always raises his colors in defeat.
He makes a hasty retreat sound like a rousing victory. Well, I want to thank you, Coach, for your enlightened attitude.
Well, Dr. Hall, I want to win, but that's not all I want. Maybe that's why I'm coaching at a small college and loving it. Thank you both for your patience. Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Simmons.
Poor Coach Simmons. The first year he gets a really hot prospect, and look what happens. Bruce Dillon comes down with a case of athlete's brain.
Well, athlete's brain is a disease unlikely to reach epidemic proportions. Some students are bound to take scholastic honors, and some are bound to earn marks for strength and agility. But it's a rare thing to find the honor-bound and the muscle-bound in the same package.
Lab of Doc Bateman, the head of Ivy's chemistry department, the other day. Doc was correcting mid-quarter examination papers, and I interrupted him just as I heard.
Oh, no.
Well, hello, Doc. Is something wrong?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Carpenter. There's nothing wrong. I'm merely exercising your professor's right to groan at the answers I get to my exam questions.
Oh? Well, what particular answer had you on the ropes as I came in?
Question 4, part 2 of our recent Chemistry 1 exam reads, and I quote, describe the composition of coal.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. What's wrong with it?
Of course, it's a good question. The only thing wrong about it is this answer. And again, I quote, coal is composed of big chunks and little chunks and coal dust.
Well, isn't it?
Oh, Carpenter, everyone except you and my students know that coal is a carboniferous classification of vegetable matter.
Sure. I know, Doc, but who cares?
You say who cares to me? Julius Charles Bateman, the head of the Ivy Chemistry?
Oh, look, Doc, I'll explain. For example, you take Schlitz beer. Beer lovers know that it's brewed from select barley and hops and yeast and other fine ingredients. But what they really care about is how Schlitz beer tastes. And let me tell you...
Just a minute, Carpenter. Let me save you the trouble. Schlitz beer tastes so good, it's the best liked beer in America. That what you were going to tell me?
Well, that's right, Doc. How'd you know?
Carpenter, I've heard you before. Don't ask me why I listen. I just do. A man has to have some weaknesses. And besides, I like Schlitz beer myself.
Good for you, Doc.
Oh, yes. Let's take a 10-minute break and take it big. You know, we can find a couple of bottles of Schlitz nearby.
Doc, I just might. Let's be on our way right now. Return to the halls of Ivy. It's a few days later in the early afternoon, and Dr. Hall is in his study. As a matter of fact, he's in a brown study when his wife Victoria enters.
Oh, why, Sonny, I didn't know you were still here. I thought you'd gone.
A slight delay, Vicky. Oh. Mr. Wellman's secretary called to say that Clarence would be coming over at 2:30, and he didn't want to miss me.
I hope you told her that you wouldn't miss him.
Yes, well, the retort occurred to me, my dear. But insults, when necessary, and they almost never are, should be personally delivered, not through secretaries.
Oh. Well, with you, dear, bad manners are an effort. What you looking at?
No, nothing, just an old scrapbook.
Well, let me see. Oh, Charlie, look at you in your underwear.
Vicky, that is a tracksuit.
Oh.
I was somewhat of a dash man, you know.
Well, you're still dashing to me, darling. Mm-hmm. But didn't your knees ever get cold?
Well, when one runs the 100-yard dash in approximately 10 seconds flat, one is totally oblivious to the weather. Of course, I use the word approximately loosely. The truth is that my best time was 10 2/5 seconds, and that was considered quite good in those days.
Well, what are you doing back in those days at this particular moment? Why the research?
I was checking on some track records. Before I started working myself down to a maudlin nostalgia over my undergraduate athletic triumph. I was trying to find out when we last defeated Bradford in track. I found out. It was a long time ago.
You really did have high hopes of winning this year, didn't you, darling?
Well, Yes, of course I did, Vicky.
Until Bruce Dillon dashed them.
Oh, mind you, I've nothing but admiration for that boy.
No.
How many times do you find a young man who is such a brilliant athlete, who can win so many honors, and yet who can make such a courageous decision to give them up? After all, it's not often that you... I wonder, And mind you, I wouldn't confess this to anyone but you, Vicky.
No.
But I wonder, was it really necessary for him to take such a drastic step?
Well, do you think you could maybe talk to him and change his mind?
Yes, I could talk to him and no, Vicky, how can I? How could I, as the president of the university, go to a student and suggest that he is overemphasizing his studies?
Yeah, I can see where that might confuse him slightly. But why couldn't you suggest that perhaps he might more wisely distribute his time and energies?
You mean, say, 2 hours in the library to an hour on the field? Yes, that's not a bad idea, Vicky. I could. No, I couldn't. After all, he's crossed his Rubicon, and I can only commend him for it.
Besides, you can be very persuasive, darling, and you wouldn't want to influence him, would you?
Oh, no. Nope, the issue's closed. Nothing to do but forget it.
No.
Of course, this was just a moment of weakness, Vicky, I could only indulge in the privacy of my own home.
Yes.
Thanks to your understanding.
It isn't going to be private any longer. Almost the first, if not the only virtue you notice in Mr. Wellman is that he's always punctual.
Dr. Hall is expected in this place. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wellman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman. You sound tired. Aren't you feeling well?
Yes, it's not me that's sick. Dr. Hall, I know there are times when I seem to lose control of myself in my eagerness to serve Ivy.
Which everybody knows you do with the greatest of energy and vigor, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, and sometimes I may raise my voice and become... Well, you can't change human nature.
But, Mr. Wellman, you've changed. I hardly recognize you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. But it's too late.
Well, good heavens, what's happened?
It was just a matter of a few days before he would have to change his mind, which I never had any doubt of, that he would. Never for 1 minute did I believe that Bruce Dillon would stick to that ridiculous, that insane, that nonsense of his.
And has he changed his mind, Mr. Wellman?
He's sick, Dr. Hall. Dillon is in the infirmary.
Oh, well, that's a shame. What's the matter with him?
He itches day and night. They examine him thoroughly, and they can't find anything. He just itches.
Well, Mr. Wellman, I
It
think...
was bound to happen. A nervous breakdown, a fish out of water. A shoemaker should stick to his last, a grind to the millstone. His nose.
Mr. Wellman, I think that...
You were only thinking about academic standards. Simmons wasn't thinking at all, but I was all the time. I was thinking about the boy.
But, Mr. Wellman...
What is it, Dr. Hall?
Mr. Wellman, you've started me thinking that perhaps your news may turn out to be good news.
Good news? Our best crackman in the hospital? You call that good news? Why, Dr. Hall, of all the inhuman, the heartless, the cold-blooded... Well, Dr. Hall, all I can say is that with what you're thinking, I hope you can sleep tonight. Goodbye.
Now I recognize him. That was Mr. Wellman.
Yes, and he was right. I was thinking about academic standards. It made me realize that now I have to go and speak to Bruce Dillon. Come on, Vicky. Well, it's certainly flattering to have the president and his wife come to see me, but, Dr. Hall, I didn't know I was that sick. Fortunately, you're not really sick, Bruce. Dr. Taysom has assured us that your condition is only temporary.
And besides, Dr. Hall and I don't limit our sick calls only to those who are in extremis. Has your itching stopped?
It comes on me in waves, Mrs. Hall, but I'll try not to scratch while you're here.
Don't mind me. As the old saying goes, scratch where it itches, not where it looks the best.
That'll subside, Bruce. Not likely to last the legendary 7 years, but you're just upset, emotionally as well as physically. It takes time for your system to become accommodated to such an abrupt change of pace.
I guess I did stop track too quick.
Oh, yes, indeed. You might easily have.
I suppose I'll have to go back out and get some exercise.
Good, good.
Yeah. A half hour now and then in the gym ought to take care of me, don't you think, Dr. Hall?
In the gym? Yes.
Oh, well, perhaps half an hour running someplace.
I mustn't give it up too abruptly. Oh, no. No, if I did that, I'd end up on the track team again, right back with the same old problem.
Oh, dear.
You see, I finally woke up and realized that I've been wasting my time for the past 2 years.
Well, I hadn't heard that you were failing any of your courses, Bruce.
Oh, I'm getting by, but at the rate I've been going, I won't win any honors. That's why I decided to knuckle down and quit spending so much time on something that doesn't mean anything. After all, when you go to college...
Hey, Bruce, I brought you the book here. Oh, excuse me. Hello, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Wally.
Hello, Wally. What, no tracksuit?
Well, I just got out of class, Mrs. Hall. I'm on my way to the lockers now.
You don't have to explain to me, Wally, just so I know you haven't thrown in the towel.
Oh, no, not me, not now. Wait till you hear what's happened. Coach has put me on the team for the cross-country run against Bradford.
Well, that's great, kid.
Congratulations, Wally. I know you'll do splendidly in the long run.
The long run.
Thank you, my boy.
Oh, well, you see, Dr. Hall, the coach figured it this way. If I finish at all, it'll count for a point. Now, the fellows put it another way. They said there's always the happy possibility that one of the Bradford guys will drop dead.
And there's also the chance that you'd stumble over the body, thereby ruining your own chances. So let's hope that your triumph will be over live runners.
Well, I might surprise him if I ever get my stride. It's getting a little monotonous coming in last. I hardly know the rest of the team when I meet him face to face.
Well, there's one consolation, Wally. I've noticed that the last man often gets more applause than the winner.
That's the story of my life, Dr. Hall. All the other fellas laughed me, and a half hour later, in comes Wally Reargarden to give me a big cheer. And all I want is just one teensy little silver cup.
Listen, Wally, I've told you what's wrong. You're pressing too hard.
Look who's talking. Who's itching? Bruce, you're getting mental, Bang. Your brains need a rub now. Well, I got to get out and practice. I'll see you. Bye, Dr. Hall. Bye.
Goodbye, Wally. Long, Wally. Oh, you know, Wally's my roommate, but I sure don't understand him. I don't think he's ever going to win anything, but he keeps knocking himself out. And for what?
Oh, for the reason that people have been playing games since the beginning of time, Bruce. To take part in something. To try to win, yes, but most importantly, to take part in a contest of some kind.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a potato race at a picnic or the Olympic Games.
I was fortunate enough to attend the 1932 Olympics in Los Angeles. A little Japanese girl ran in the hurdle race. At the gun, she was left on her mark. Then she crashed into the first hurdle and took a bad fall. She picked herself up, ran and hit the next hurdle and fell on her face again. She hit every hurdle on the course. But she got up again and again. And she finished with tears streaming down her face and down the faces of almost 100,000 people in the stands. We all recognized that the courage, which would finish a course strewn with failure, had won a phantom ribbon to wear on her spirit.
You've made your point, Dr. Hall. I guess I'm just dumb. You just proved to me that Wally's got more brains than I have. He isn't overemphasizing overemphasis.
Well, you're not necessarily dumb, Bruce. You both make good grades, and you both love to run. The only difference is that while Wally hasn't got his stride yet, he's never lost his balance. And spiked shoes or philosophy, if you keep a sense of proportion, you're running on the right track.
Starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you two enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. And now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin.
Thank you, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our characters tonight was a boy who ran without any hope of winning. He ran because he liked to run. Most healthy boys do. But last year in America, there were an estimated 28,500 cases of polio. Boys and girls, men and women, who were taken out of the running by this crippling disease.
4 out of 5 of these cases are financed, at least in part, by the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, the March of Dimes. But polio is creeping ahead of the available funds. So please make as generous a donation as you can.
Yours is the power to line with silver the dark clouds which threaten our children and our neighbors. Thank you. Good night.
Good night from all of us.
And from our sponsor, the Joseph Smith Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation. We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colton. Mr. Wellman is played by Herb Butterfield. Also in our cast were Ken Peters, William Tracy, and Victor Perrin. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy is presented by the Joseph Smith Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy on television the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars with the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Now, just for laughs, join the Great Gildersleeve on NBC.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to Mel Blanc to the hospital.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Zookie, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It shop, Mel Blanc. Now, let's pay a visit to the town where Mel Blanc lives. It's like most towns in the United States, except for one thing. It's got Mel Blanc, and that's what makes it a lot different. Well, let's drop in on Mel Blanc in his Fix-It shop. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and Mel is busily working away on something.
Well, I sure straightened out that safety pin. Let's see now, what else is there?
Well, good morning, Melvin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, how come you didn't show up at our last zebra meeting?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cushing, I'm not very interested in the Benevolent Order of Loyal Zebras.
Well, why not? After all, aren't you exalted ruler of the lower level?
Exalted ruler of the lower level. All it means is I'm in charge of sweeping out the cellar. It's okay for you. You're the mighty, supreme, mightiest, exalted ruler, potentate monarch, senior grade.
All right. At our next meeting, I'll see about changing your title. Oh, incidentally, we've got a new password.
Yeah? What is it?
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga? Well, what happened to the old one? Hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie.
Well, you know that new member we got, that 75-year-old Mr. Simpson?
Yeah?
Well, he tried to say it and developed lower plate wobble.
Oh, too bad. I like the old one. I could say it faster than any other zebra.
Oh,
what do you got in this white box, Mr. Cushing?
In here? Oh, I've got Sally in here.
Oh, isn't it kind of stuffy for her?
No. No, Sally's the name of my fishing rod and reel. Here.
Oh, gosh, I never heard of a man calling a fishing rod and reel Sally.
Well, you should hear what I call her when she lets a big one get away.
Looks like the reel is a little fouled up.
Yes, well, that's why I brought her here, Mel. I want you to fix her up. You see, some of the boys at my real estate office have arranged a fishing trip at Lake Minnewasahaha.
Oh, hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie for... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving me the password.
Well, we've got to be very secretive about it because we've told our wives we're going on a business trip. Now, if they find out we're playing hooky, well, you've seen my wife, Mrs. Cushing.
Gosh, yes. I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
What?
Well, I mean, if she finds out about the fishing trip, she'd be awfully mad, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yes, well, that's the idea. Now, another thing, Mel. I want you to go out to the lake and go over Mary Lou.
Who's Mary Lou? Sally's sister?
Oh, no. She's the trimmest little motorboat that ever took to water. I want you to check her from stem to stern.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. And remember, Mel, don't tell a soul. And if you do a good job, perhaps you'll be made exalted ruler of the upper region.
Well, I don't like cleaning up the attic either. But don't worry about the fishing trip. I won't tell a soul.
That's good. You do a good job, and I'll use my influence to make you a big zebra.
Gosh, thanks. Oh, by the way, when do you want Sally? I mean the fishing rod.
Well, bring it to the corner of Market and Maple at 6 tonight. I don't want you coming to the office or the house.
Okay, 6 with Sally, and after that over to the lake for Mary Lou. Mm-hmm. Sounds like I'm taking care of a girl sorority.
Silly. By the way, Mel, here's a picture of the boat Mary Lou so you'll recognize her at the lake.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, so long, Melvin, my lad. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Yeah, ugga, boo, boo. Ugga. I don't know. I still like Heimel because I'm hungry, heebie-jeebie. I'll have a sweet cookie better. Ugga, boo.
Hello, nephew.
Oh, hello, Uncle. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I was upstairs conducting my experiments on quantitative analysis with liquids.
Oh, you were experimenting with water?
Water? Brrr, what a horrible word. By the way, what were you discussing with that pompous real estate muckety-muck Cushing?
Oh, he's going on a fishing trip, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Imagine lying to your own wife.
Despicable, my boy, but sometimes very necessary. I remember my
I hope
wife...
I never have to lie to my girl, Betty.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, speak of the beautiful, and here she is. Hello, Betty.
Mel, do you know what day this is?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th of October, and you sound like you're catching cold.
That's right. 5 years ago today, you gave me my engagement ring.
Gosh. It only seems like 5 years.
Remember how all the girls turned green with envy?
Yeah, now the ring is the same color.
Well, anyway, darling, I want you to come over for dinner tonight. We'll make it kind of special.
Special?
Yes, Father has promised to treat you like a human being.
Gee, that will be kind of special. I'll be glad to come. Oh, but.
Well, what, dear?
Well, you see, I have an important job to do, and it may take me all evening.
Oh, Mel, and I was planning such a lovely dinner. Fish.
Fish? Oh, well, that's nice, but, well, you see, this is a big job, and I promised
Well, I guess business should come first.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, honey.
We'll try to drop by for a minute anyhow. Huh?
Yeah, I will, honey.
Okay, bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, darn it.
What is it, nephew?
Oh, Betty wanted me to come over tonight, but I can't. Well, at least it'll make her father feel good.
My lad, you shouldn't kowtow to Betty's father.
I don't kowtow. I mean kowtow to him. As a matter of fact, I'm going over there tonight. And if he says one harsh word to me, you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll listen.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Betty is disappointed that Mel can't have dinner with her on their 5th engagement anniversary. What Betty doesn't know is that she's playing second fiddle to a rod and reel Mel is secretly fixing for Mr. Cushing. Right now, Mel has dropped in for a few minutes at Betty's house.
Hello, Betty. I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mel. Daddy Mel's here.
What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it?
You know, Mel, Father was looking forward to this evening. He even promised to go to the movies with us.
Gee, that would have been swell. We could have stopped by for a soda and walked home in the moonlight, sat on the porch and held hands.
I didn't promise anything like that.
Oh, I mean Betty and me.
You know I gave up a date at the bowling alley for this anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I know you spend at least one night a week in the alley.
What?
The bowling alley.
Daddy, stop making Mel nervous. Honey, tell me about this big job you've got tonight.
Oh, the job? Yeah.
Well?
I have a date to meet, Willie Johnson about fixing a card table.
Well, why should it take all evening to fix a card table?
Well, after I fix it, we might have to play a few games to see if the table works.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Daddy, let's not cross-examine Mel. Here, honey, here's some chocolate cookies I baked. Your favorite. All wrapped up for you.
Gosh, thanks, Betty. Well, now I'd better go. Good night, Mr. Colby. What'd you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it? Well, goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, dear.
Betty, come here. Did I hear Mel say he was going to see Willie Johnson?
Yes, why?
That's funny. I met Mrs. Johnson at the market today, and she said her son Willie is in New York and is going to stay there.
Yes, but Mel said...
I'll answer that. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mel. Your uncle told me I'd find you at Betty's house. Now, just answer yes or no, because I don't want that big baboon Betty's father to catch on.
Okay.
Well, now, listen. About our date, we have to change our plans. My wife gummed up the works.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah.
Now, listen. My girl will pick you up on the corner of Market and Maple. And don't forget to bring Sally.
Sally? I mean, yes. Anything else?
No. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Goodbye.
So that's the way things are.
What was it, Father?
Boy, was I right about that innocent-looking boyfriend of yours. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Market and Maple. And if what I think is true, somebody's going to get an ugga-ugga-boo over his head.
Over there all alone.
Huh?
Oh, this is silly.
Well, maybe it is. But we'll sit right here and see who he's waiting for. I don't think it will be Willie Johnson.
I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cushing. These cookies are good. Gosh, when it comes to sweet stuff, there's only one girl in the world for me.
Oh, yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
Are you, yoo-hooing me?
Yes, come on over here and don't be so bashful.
Well, look, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, come now. Come on over to the car.
Well, yeah, but...
That's better.
Have a cookie?
I'm Grace, Mr. Cushing's secretary.
Oh, and I thought...
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
That's good. I'm not that kind of a boy.
Mr. Cushing dropped by at the office, so I'm here to pick up his favorite fishing rod, Sally. Is it ready?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, yes. And, about that job on the boat, that can wait till tomorrow morning.
Say, that's great. Look, will you do me a favor? Drop me off at my girl's house?
Of course. Get in.
Good. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her tonight. Now maybe I can.
Daddy, did you see that Mel and that girl?
Willie Johnson's getting better looking every day.
Meeting girls on the corner and on our anniversary, too.
Why, that fox.
You mean Wolf?
No fox. They work faster. Mother, I'm going to break every bone in that boy's body.
Oh?
Oh, now what are you sniffling about?
I want you to do it, but I
love those bones so much.
Gosh, I feel like a heel lying to Betty last night. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret.
Melvin, my boy.
Huh?
Zookie wants to know if you need him today.
Zookie? Say, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
What, nephew?
I'm going to send Zookie out to Lake Minnewasahaha to fix that boat. Yes, sir, and I'm going to spend all day with Betty. After all, Zookie knows engines inside out.
Yes, and it's a pity he leaves them that way.
Oh, it's nice working out here on the lake. In the shade of the old apple, in the shade of the old apple, cocktails for two. Hey, I like being on a boat. Yeah, I like the water. This is sailing, sailing over the sailing, sailing over the my stomach feels funny.
Well, sir.
Hello.
How are you getting on with that engine? I didn't expect Mel to send an assistant.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Cushing. Listen, I'll erase the motor. 120 horsepower. 80 horsepower. It's 20 horsepower. One jackass.
Now hurry along. Hurry along. I want the Mary Lou to be right on the beam when the other boys get there.
Oh, sure. I dream of Jeannie with a light I dream of Jeannie with a light and may all your Christmases be white.
Mel left the shop looking for you this morning, Betty.
Oh, he did, Uncle Rupert?
Maybe that's him now. Did you answer it?
Yeah, all right. Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the shop.
Oh, Betty, this is
Yes. What is it, Zookie?
How'd you know it was me? Hey, will you tell Mel that I did what he told me, and everything's all right now with Mary Lou?
Mary Lou?
Oh, she was ready to blow a gasket when I got here. but now I got her purring like a kitten.
Rookie, are you sure you know?
Oh, yes. Just the same, Mel better come out and see Mary Lou the first chance he gets. Oh, goodbye.
Rookie.
Betty, my dear, what is it?
First Sally, now Mary Lou. How many girls has he got?
Oh, Betty, there must be some mistake.
And I came here hoping I was wrong about him. Well, I never want to see him again. Never. And you can tell him that, Uncle Rupert.
Nell playing around with the women? Why, I'd never have thought it of him. Who does he think he is? Me? Where the devil is that lad, anyway? Uh-oh. Here comes Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Keep telling you there's nothing the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Please, could I have a pan of water?
Look, Christopher, we're having all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to locate Mel.
Oh, I ran across Mel in the park while I was walking my little terrier.
You saw Mel? Where was he going?
You know, I'm worried about that little terrier. She came down with the shingles. How could she have gotten them shingles?
Maybe she had a priority.
That is not a joke. Oh, see Mel fix that leash for me. How'd he do it?
Oh, he just used a piece of tin.
What?
Tin. Like in Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, goodbye.
Uncle Rupert, what are you talking about? What girls?
I don't know, my lad, but you'd better get over to Betty's house right away.
Girls. I don't know anything about girls.
Well, I can't have a man-to-man talk with you now.
Oh, but you know I don't have anything to do with girls. Except for Betty. I love her. So I don't think of her as a girl.
Nephew, I'd better take you aside and have a man-to-man talk with you right now.
Oh, how did I get into a mess like this?
The best thing for you to do, my lad, is pour your heart out to Betty. Tell her the only sin you've committed was that of being a man.
I refuse to tell her any such lie.
Mel?
Oh, Betty, what's the matter?
As angry as I am for what you've done, I had to come down here. You know that silver-handled cane you gave my father for his birthday?
Yes, and he never even used it.
Well, he's going to use it now. He's coming down here to beat you up with it.
Oh, you realize how much that cane cost? Oh, Betty, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous with Sally and Mary Lou?
Oh, I haven't gone out with girls. Sally is a fishing rod and Mary Lou is a boat.
Oh, Mel, if you think I believe that, you must take me for an idiot.
Yes. No. Oh, look, if you don't believe me, ask the boat. Ask Mr. Cushing. It's his Sally. It's Mary Lou's fishing reel. Oh, what am I saying?
Melvin, here's that picture of the Mary Lou.
Oh, the picture. That's wonderful. Uncle, you saved my life. Look, Betty, this'll explain everything. This picture was taken when Mr. Cushing caught the biggest trout of the season.
Huh?
Yeah, that's Sally in his hand, the fishing rod. And you see the name on the boat? Mary Lou.
What? Oh, that's what it does say. Oh, Mel. Oh, Daddy and I thought... Oh, Daddy.
Mel Blanc.
Mr. Colby, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm looking for a spot that has the most bones.
Well, stop looking at my head.
Oh. Young man, when I get through with you, you're going to be the most horrible-looking mess anybody ever saw.
That's nothing. You always say I look like that anyway.
What? Come here, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you.
No. Oh, you missed me.
I won't this time.
Oh, Mr. Cushing, am I glad to see you.
What's going on here? Somebody being initiated?
Oh, boy, am I glad you came. Quick, tell Mr. Colby about Mary Lou and Sally before he kills me.
Well, I don't know what all the trouble's about, but Sally is my fishing rod and Mary Lou is my boat, which I asked Mel to fix for me. And a very fine job he did, too.
Well, I'll be... Oh, Mel, why didn't you say so?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret. That's what caused this whole trouble.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Mel, we didn't have to be secretive about the whole thing all along.
What?
No. It seems the trip was something the fellas arranged as a surprise party for me, and my wife was in on it all the time.
She was?
Yes. Mel, why are you staring at me like that?
Put down that cane.
Mel, remember, I'm a zebra. Oh, go.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, we had quite a time when I tried to pull the wool over Betty's eyes. I hope it served as a lesson to you, Zuki.
Yes, Zuki. Every experience has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that you should always speak the truth. You should always speak the honest truth. You should always speak the truth. Silence is golden.
This is Buddy reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Henry Morgan, Minerva Pius, Pete O'Donnell, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. When you bring your Ford back home for service these days, you'll notice something new. Oh, there's nothing new about the way the work's done. As always, your job's done by factory-approved methods with special Ford equipment. As always, it's done by Ford-trained mechanics. What's new is the air of suppressed excitement around the place, the knowing grin on your Ford dealer's face as he says, well, it won't be long now. Watch Ford in 48. It won't be long now. Ladies and gentlemen, in the May issue of Cosmopolitan, Jack Haley has written a piece called I Knew Him When. The hymn Jack Knew When is here at our microphone this evening. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I'm certainly glad that you mentioned that story in Cosmopolitan. Jack Haley and I, as you may have heard, were boys together up in Boston.
Yeah, when did you and Jack leave there?
Wait a minute, that's the mayor. Thank you very much. What did you had a straight line, didn't you?
Yes.
Does it cost anything more from APRA if I ask you to read it again?
No, Fred, I can say it over. I just wanted to know when you and Jack left there.
Well, the day we heard that Boston was a city of culture and refinement, Haley and I left so they could keep it that way.
Well, I guess they're still pretty strict in Boston, Fred.
Oh, yes, Kenny. You know, the first book ever banned in Boston was the arithmetic. They found 2 improper fractions in the arithmetic. Have you, in your travels, have you ever seen a striptease dance done Boston style?
Oh, what is the Boston striptease?
Well, a girl comes out on the stage, Kenny. The girl has on an old-fashioned gown, pantalettes, a long shawl, and she's wearing glasses.
Yes.
The music starts to play a soft, tantalizing melody.
Yes.
The girl moves slowly across the stage, undulating as she walks. Well, just as she's about to exit,
yes,
she takes off her glasses. The dance is over, Kenny.
That is the Boston striptease?
Yes.
The girl takes off her glasses?
Well, sometimes she has on a monocle underneath, but that is taking a chance up there.
Well, in Jack's story, he says that as a boy, you were a member of the Beacon Hill Birdwatching Society.
That is true. I was a bird watcher for years, but I used to watch birds, but I wasn't happy in that capacity, paid up as I was. I wasn't happy watching the birds. I finally had to get into the theater, Kenny, where I could hear them.
without benefit of Audubon Society. Well, enough about yesteryear, Kenny. Tell me what is in the news of today, and be frank, Kenny.
Well, I guess the outstanding event of the week was Lana Turner's wedding.
Oh, they say that was Hollywood's biggest affair these many years, Kenny. For a corsage, Lana wore the Rose Bowl, they said. I saw it in Luella's column. Some of it lapped over into headers. There was so much about the wedding. And the wedding was so big, somebody threw Grantland rice at the bride as they were walking down the aisle.
Well, that wedding cake must have been a dandy.
The wedding cake was so big, the man and woman standing on top were real people, Kenny. I had midgets in there, but I was... do you think midgets would have been funny if a midget... They had on pumps. They had caps with the guest pictures the program. He's not happy fixing his own stuff. He fixed mine, too. Well, they had on, these people had a pontoon so they wouldn't sink in the whipped cream, Kenny.
Well, what about the honeymoon? Are they going to Niagara Falls?
No, Lana doesn't want to come east at this time. Mr. Topping is having them stand Boulder Dam up on end so Lana will get the idea. What else is new, Kenny?
Well, last year the Rockefeller Foundation gave away $23,413,615.
Gosh, only $2 more than Ralph Edwards. And while you see if you can... Also, no refrigerators. And while you see if you can talk somebody into laughing at that joke, Kenny, you know, you get a little time to yourself, go around and prod the people, I think I shall be off in the general directions of Allen's Alley.
Well, what is your question tonight, Fred?
Well, from May 2nd to May 8th, the country will observe National Music Week, Kenny. And so our question, timely as it is, are you interested in music, and does music play a vital part in your daily life?
Shall we go?
As the button on the fat man's vest said, I think I shall pop off. It's good to be back in Allen's Alley, Kenny. I guess Senator Claghorn isn't taking any chances these nights. He's had a neon keyhole put in the front door. Well, I hope the Senator's in.
Somebody put the digit to my door. Oh, it's you, nature boy. Well, let's go, son. As the two men said when they was inventing the pencil, let's get to the point.
But,
I'm busier than a bumblebee at a nudist camp.
Now...
Yeah, I just got back, from the Kentucky Derby, son.
Yeah?
My damper's down, my tail is dragging.
You wagered on citation?
I got counted off citation. I bet on a horse called Louder, Please.
Louder, please?
As they was going to the post, I seen my horse was wearing a hearing device.
A horse with a hearing device?
Yeah, the race started. The battery in my horse's hearing device went dead.
Yes?
The jockey's yelling, giddy up, giddy up. The horse can't hear nothing. The jockey keeps yelling. The horse is turning around, squinting, trying to read the jockey's lips. His eyes is bad, it can't see nothing.
Oh, God.
Finally, the jockey gets down off the horse and starts running ahead with a little hay, hoping the horse will get the idea.
How did the race finish, Senator?
Well, the jockey came in ninth. Louder, Please finished 10th.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I blew my poke, son. Confound that Kentucky Derby. I lost everything. It was embarrassing.
Embarrassing?
There I was in that Confederate territory standing in my Union suit.
Too bad, Senator, but our question tonight concerns National Music Week.
Yeah, I know. All the Republican candidates is picking their campaign song.
Oh, each candidate has a different campaign song?
Every one.
But tell me, what is General Eisenhower's song?
Maybe.
General MacArthur?
Show me the way to go home.
Stassen?
I'm sitting on top of the world.
Mr. Dewey?
I got a feeling I'm falling. I'm nobody's sweetheart now.
And Wallace?
All alone.
Does the president have a theme song?
No, son, he ain't observing the week until election time.
And when election day rolls around?
Harry's gonna face the music. So long, son. Come on, Harry.
I wonder if Mr. Moody is around.
Howdy, Bub.
Well, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about Music Week?
Why, thanks to music, I'm playing second fiddle today.
Oh, really? What happened?
Well, sir, when I was young and thought-witted...
Yes?
I plumped the organ for the church choir.
I see.
The organist was a young minx named Mona Boone.
Was Mona good looking?
To me, Mona was as pretty as a pear orchard in full bloom.
Really?
Her eyes was like two gumdrops bobbing in little pools of buttermilk. Her mouth looked like a gash in a freestone peach.
You were in love, eh?
My heart was rotating on Cupid's stick.
How did Mona feel about you?
She knew I was foggy in the meadow and couldn't get out.
I see.
We started singing duets together.
Duets, eh?
Oh, Genevieve, sweet Genevieve, the days may come,
Say, that's very pretty.
I could keep it up all night.
Well, I'm...
Twasn't long before Mona and me was going around to weddings and funerals every night, singing duets together.
How long did you and Mona go around singing?
Why, about 20 years.
And you never mentioned love?
No, we were too busy singing duets and turning the music.
What finally happened?
Why, one night, after singing a mess of duets at a balloon ascension, coming home, I helped Mona out of the buggy.
Out of the buggy, eh?
And the top button, it popped off one of her gaiters.
Her gaiter opened?
I saw Mona's shin bone.
And?
I done the decent thing. I married her.
And you're still singing duets?
No, I ain't sung since the day of my wedding.
Why not?
I ain't had a chance to open my mouth. So long, Doc.
Let's try this next door.
Howdy, Jeffrey.
Mrs. Nussbaum, say you look angry tonight.
I am so mad I could turn him into a bread knife.
Something happened?
Tonight, early, Tallulah Pincus is giving a bridge.
Yeah?
I am invited.
Oh, you went to the bridge game?
I'm sitting there.
Yes?
East 3 times is roughing to shorten at the trump.
East did that.
And West with heart is finessing.
Uh-huh.
For 3 games, I am sitting there.
Why?
Always who is dummy? I am.
You a dummy every game?
Finally, I'm saying, Tallulah, darling, who is needing to come here to be a dummy? Tallulah saying, you're right, Pansy. At home, you could be a dummy.
Tempers, I take it, flared.
Insults back and fro is flying.
Insult?
I am saying, I'm your Lornette's chicken fat.
Yes?
She is saying, your butler has a dialect.
This was some fight.
Well, in the seltzer water, I am pouring nail polish and coming home.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, tell me, what about National Music Week?
My husband, Pierre, is playing by ear 20 instruments.
20 instruments? Pierre is practically a symphony orchestra.
Confidentially, this is his ambition.
Of what?
To himself, Pierre is saying, someday Toscanini will retire.
Yes?
And I, Pierre Nussbaum, will conducting the NBC Symphony.
Pierre wants to be a great conductor.
With all his might and also his main, he is wishing.
Well, has Pierre made any progress?
He's getting half his wish.
Half?
Today, Pierre is a conductor.
On NBC?
On the BMT, then.
Oh, well, we always seem to end up in front of Mr. Cassidy's house. Let's see if Mr. Cassidy is in. Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, terrible. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I haven't been home for 3 nights.
What happened?
Well, I attended Phineas Fogarty's Flounder Festival and Fish Fry Farewell.
Phineas Fogarty?
Phineas found a giant pearl in an oyster. Oh, it's as big as a cobblestone.
A pearl as big as a cobblestone?
He's closing his fish market, leaving 3rd Avenue, and he's taken up residence with the pearl in Tiffany's window.
Oh, with the pearl. And Phineas gave a farewell fish fry, you say?
Me boy, it was a glutton's utopia. Everything was on the house.
Good.
I must have 30 pounds of crab meat,
30 pounds of crab meat?
I haven't been home for 3 nights.
You mean the crab meat?
Every time I start straight home,
yes.
I walk sideways.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy, are you celebrating National Music Week?
I am, me boy. For years I have been a virtuoso. I play alto piccolo with Grogan's Grenadiers.
Oh, Grogan's Grenadiers.
Grogan is the Irish Guy Lombardo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Every Saturday night we play on the bandstand in the square.
What type of music do you play?
Grogan's Grenadiers play only one selection. When the midnight choo-choo leaves for Glockamora.
One selection? Well, there must be a reason.
Oh, there is now. At one place in the tune, the whole band can run off the bandstand into Kerrigan's Cozy Corner.
You mean in the middle of a musical number, the whole band runs into a saloon? Why?
On the music, it says 1 bar rest.
And?
The 1 bar to rest in is Kerrigan's.
So once again, we come to the podium with Maestro Al Goodman. Tonight, Maestro Goodman does his bit for National Music Week by playing for the 5 DeMarco sisters. Their song, You Turn the Tables on Me. Girl?
You turn the tables on me, and now I'm falling for you. You turn the tables on me, I can't believe that it's true. I always thought when you brought my lovely dress that you bought, why, and you bought me more. But now if you saw my dress and anything from the 5 and 10 cent store, you used to call me the top. You put me up on a throne. You let me fall with a shot. And now I'm on my own. But after thinking it over and over, that's what's coming to me. Just like the king of a beast, you turn the tables on me. So after thinking it over and over and over, I thought I got what was coming to me. Just like the king of a beast, turn the tables on me, that's no joke, son, when you turn the tables on me.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Fred,
yes,
do you
Kenny?
ever read the personal columns in the paper?
Personal columns?
Yeah, you know those little notices like, DH, all is forgiven, where did you hide the meat axe? LW.
Well, how can DH be sure that all is forgiven, Kenny, until he knows what LW wants to do with the meat axe?
Well, if DH doesn't see his name in the obituary column, he's sure.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I saw a honey of a personal in the paper this morning. It said, F.O., come home at once, SFC.
A code message, eh? What do you make of it, Kenny?
Well, I don't know, Fred. If F.O. stands for Ford owner, who should he come home to?
Well, his wife, naturally.
No, Fred. FFD stands for friendly Ford dealer.
Oh, and F.O. is Ford owner?
I've got it. Ford owner, come home at once, friendly Ford dealer.
Right, Kenny. There's more here than meets the garage.
Why?
This message makes sense.
Well, sure it makes sense, Fred. The Ford dealer has special servicing equipment and can give you genuine Ford parts. And his Ford-trained mechanics use factory-approved methods so they can put a Ford in tip-top shape promptly and economically.
Kenny, old boy, something tells me that you put that personal notice in the paper.
No, Fred. I'm sure the notice was put in by some homesick Ford. Fords will do almost anything to get real Ford service.
Well, the time has come to say goodnight, folks. Thanks a lot for listening. Next week, our guest will be the chef in charge of the Breakfast Club, Don McNeil. Thank you and good night.
Wait a minute, Fred, this isn't the end of the program. We've got 15 minutes to go.
Well, I'm sorry, Kenny, but we're through. I didn't finish writing the script this week.
You didn't finish the script. What happened?
Well, a lot of things happened, Kenny. Last Thursday night, I'll tell you, I was sitting home writing the program. I was sitting there... Well, that finishes Senator Claghorn's routine. Now I have to find a place to mention Jack Eigen and some jokes for Titus Moody. First line is howdy, Bubba. Let me see what would go after. Oh, the door. Every time I start to write the program, somebody's at the door. Coming.
Good evening, sir. Could I see the lady of the house?
Henry Morgan. Henry, what is this? Could I see the lady of the house?
Well, it's part of my job, Fred.
Henry, you mean besides doing your radio program every week for Rave Cream Shampoo?
Yeah, in my spare time, the sponsor makes me peddle the stuff.
But Henry...
You see, Fred, there's a clause in my contract. When you look at the contract, you can't see it, but if you hold it up to the light, the clause comes through.
How do you like that?
Oh, I get that darndest radio contract. Remember last year selling those razor blades from a push cart? Oh, yeah, you're up. This year going from house to house with a shampoo. Why, my neck is always wet from demonstrations.
Look, Henry, you don't have to go around hawking this foam.
Well, it isn't peddling the shampoo that did I go too fast?
That old pushcart background of yours.
It isn't, frankly, the peddling the shampoo that burns me up.
No?
No, it's the other chores the sponsor has me doing.
Other chores?
Yeah, every morning I have to be at the sponsor's office at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock for what?
Well, first I have to get the Energine and clean all the ink spots off his blotter.
No kidding.
Yeah. Then I pick out the old Dixie cups that have been squeezed together and block them back into shape. And if a Dixie cup leaks, I light a candle and drop a blob of wax over the hole.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. Next, I oil the sponsor's buzzer and write out his cliches for the day.
Oh, the cliches?
You know those tired expressions that all businessmen use. Check. Let's get on the ball. I'll buy that. Hold everything. I just got a flash.
Well,
I write that stuff.
Oh, you write it for the sponsor. What else do you do at the office there, Henry?
Well, at 9 o'clock, I put on short pants and start blowing spitballs on the office boys.
Oh, at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. At 12 o'clock, I get the sponsor his lunch.
Well, what does he eat?
Well, the sponsor's too busy to go out himself, so I take his stomach down to the drugstore.
Oh, and after lunch?
After, I put on my white coat, take my big plastic paddle, and go down into the laboratory and start mixing.
Mixing what?
The Rave Cream shampoo.
Henry, you have to make the shampoo, too?
I'm in the vat until 6 o'clock. That's third. Then 3 nights a week, the sponsor and I follow Lucy Monroe around.
Follow Lucy Monroe for what?
Well, wherever Lucy Monroe goes, she always sings the Star-Spangled Banner.
I know.
Well, when the men take off their hats,
yes,
I throw dirt in their hair.
And while you are throwing dirt in their hair,
the sponsor runs through the crowd selling shampoo.
Henry, you don't have to take this stuff from any sponsor. I heard your program last week. It was great.
Hey, do you like the joke I told about the zoo? One of the animals was wearing the new look.
Which animal was wearing the new look?
The new.
A definite yuck, Henry. A yuck. I heard it Thursday, and I heard it again tonight. It holds up well. Well, later in the program, didn't you do a burlesque of Mr. Anthony's program?
Yes, I call it Mr. John J. Morgan.
Oh, how did that go again?
Well, first you heard the organ.
And now we present the John J. Morgan Public Clinic. And here he is, the man with the solution to your problem, Mr. John J. Morgan.
Good evening.
Our first case, Mr. Morgan, is Mr. F.A. and Miss J.M. Here they are.
Mr. Morgan, my name is...
Please, no names. I have no desire to know you personally. I'm not interested in you as you. I'm only interested in your problem. You have a problem, I presume?
He certainly has, Mr. Morgan.
You are his problem?
Yes, sir. I'm J.M.
Mr. Morgan, I want to get married and she don't want it.
Yeah, tell him why I don't want
I'll tell her.
Madam, if you insist upon interrupting, I shall remove you from the studio.
Yes, sir.
And I can do it, too. I'm strong as an ox. Remember that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And take your dirty hands off my shiny new microphone.
Yes, sir.
Now, F.A.
Yes, sir.
When did you propose to this toothless charmer?
Mister, last night at Hamburger Heaven, Mr. Morton, I was sitting there. I found her hand in my pocket, so I started holding it.
Now, F.A.
He proposed, but I turned him down. There's another woman.
Madam, one more interruption, and I shall spit on your lunch. And I can do it, too. This is as you know, this is my program.
Yes, sir.
Now, F.A., who is this other so-called woman?
She was formerly me wife. She kept leaving me, Mr. Morgan.
Your wife kept leaving you?
On account of me table manners.
Could you elucidate?
Huh?
Explain.
Oh. Well, when me and the wife first married, we settled down in Hackensack.
No names, please. Especially that one. Continue.
Well, one day, me wife caught me eating borscht with chopsticks.
You were eating your borscht with chopsticks?
Yes, sir.
It's very interesting. How'd you do it?
Well, first, with me bare hands, I take the wet potato out, and I hold the potato between me knees. Then I wiggle me chopsticks around in the borscht and start licking the chopsticks. It's delicious. The mahogany comes through.
You claim that your wife objected to this novel method of consuming borscht?
She moved, Mr. Morgan.
I see.
I followed her. 3 years later in Philadelphia, I was dunking rhubarb in me pepper pie.
And your wife?
She moved.
In other words, F.A., every time you displayed your vulgar manners, your wife moved.
She moved every time until St. Paul.
What happened in St. Paul?
She caught me stirring me coffee with the wrong finger. Well, there was void. I hit her on the head with a flat iron.
And your wife moved.
This time, she didn't move.
She just lay there?
Yes, sir. The cops closed in, then I moved. Today, I'm wanted in St. Paul.
You poor, unfortunate slob. You're wanted in St. Paul.
That's me problem, Mr. Morgan. What should I do?
F.A., my advice to you is to go back to St. Paul.
But they'll give me the chair.
F.A., there's only one way you can escape the chair.
Yeah?
You must show them you've learned your manners.
How?
When they put you in the electric chair and you're sitting there...
Yes, sir?
Look around the room.
Yes, sir.
If you see a lady standing...
Yes, sir?
Get up and give that lady your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, Mr. Morgan, what about me?
Madam, my advice to you is drop a dead.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Henry, with material like that, you shouldn't be out peddling shampoo.
I know, my writers should.
Why, you're a big comedian. Henry, you do a radio program. You're not a peddler. Where's your dignity?
Oh, why should I have dignity? I'm not ashamed of the product. Listen to these testimonials.
Shampoo testimonials?
Sure, here's one from the Bronx. I use Rave Cream Shampoo because... Signed, Brenda Gundelfinger.
Say.
Here's one from Hollywood. There isn't a day goes by that I don't get out my tube of Rave Cream Shampoo and reminisce.
Who is that from?
Guy Kibbe.
Guy Kibbe? His head looks like a Boy Scout's knee.
Yeah, well, Fred... I'm sorry, I got to be scooting along.
Back to business, eh?
Yeah, I got to sell one more tube tonight to fill the quota.
One tube? With your personality, Henry, you won't have any trouble selling that.
Yeah, my feet are kind of tired. Say, maybe I can sell it here.
Well, there's nobody here to buy it, Henry. I'm the only one in the house.
Well, Fred, you wash your hair, don't you?
Oh, yes.
What do you use, Dutch cleanser?
Well, no, I've been using Dove. With the lather I have left over, I can shave and do the dishes.
Fred, have you ever thought of trying another shampoo?
No, Henry, I'm fine.
Fred, look at this tube of Rave Cream Shampoo. Feel it.
No, Henry.
Look
no.
how easy the cap comes off.
No, I could see
Let me read you what it says on the tube. Quote, no lemon or special rinse is needed. Fred, how many times have you gotten your head all lathered up and then you had to run down to the store for a dozen lemons to make a rinse?
No, Henry, I don't...
Fred, this is my last tube.
No, please.
For Fred, Rave Cream Shampoo contains lanolin.
What is lanolin?
Wool fat.
Wool fat?
Fred, have you ever seen a sheep with dandruff?
No.
Of course not. Have you ever seen a bald sweater?
No.
Fred, I tell you what I'm going to do. Try Rave Cream Shampoo once. If you don't like it...
I get double my money back?
No. If you don't like it, we give you 24 more tubes of the same stuff to teach you a lesson. Now, Fred, you're not going to turn down an old friend.
Oh, all right, Henry. All right, I'll try it.
Fred, swell. You're not only saving my quota, you're getting a shampoo you'll never forget. I'll get the water. This goldfish bowl will do. I'll put the goldfish here in the ashtray. Would you please bring the goldfish bowl over?
I'll take my coat off, Henry.
All right, put the towel around your neck.
Put the towel around my neck.
That's the old idea.
Wait till I get the towel.
All right, just put the towel around. You're perfectly all right. Now, I'll tell you what next. I read the directions to you. First, you've got to wet the hair.
Wet my hair.
Wet the hair. Put your head right in it. Get a lot of water on it. That's right. Why not just rub small amount of Rave Cream Show into your hair to get a good rich lather. Wonderful. By gosh, it's first in the ladder. That's great. Hey, magnificent. You know something? You look like Martha Washington.
Henry, something's biting my head. Biting my head.
Biting?
It feels like teeth.
Oh, Fred, I gave you the wrong tooth.
The wrong tooth?
It isn't Rave Cream Shampoo.
Well, what's biting my scalp?
It's Pepsodent toothpaste.
Henry. Thank Henry Morgan for joining us tonight and remind you, ladies and gentlemen, not to forget the United Nations Appeal for Children. Give one day's pay to help provide food, clothing, and shelter for millions of uncared for children everywhere. Give one day to the children of the world so that tomorrow's world may be a better one. Send your contributions to your local Crusade for Children campaign or to Crusade for Children, New York, New York. Next week, our guest will be Don McNeil of the Breakfast Club. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This program came to you from New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.